Shit. I think I'm live. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace. I know where you are, on your way to Lalo, which is a good time to take a piss break as a Thorpe TV viewer when a Lalo arc is upcoming. VP still doing her photo shoot, still doing her like long ass like vibe streams. Jedi back in action. Didn't get any notifications for Ruby yesterday that I can remember. Whoops, hold on a second. Hopefully George will be eating in these episodes. Maybe. I don't look ahead. I just try to grab a thumbnail out of the next episode. But Carol, you can see it on the screen, Carolyn Lee. That's the one lady, right? She was like remember she went to Carnegie Hall and shit? I think anyway. I think that's who that is. Fusion. I don't have anything against Lalo. I just don't know what it's gonna bring to the table. This is just gonna in my opinion, it's just gonna be like, it'll be great for Grace because she'll be able to get like a different energy and talk all of her stuff out. But they're basically just gonna A-log Keem and Ruby the entire time, in my opinion. Even if they're not doing it on video, they'll just talk about it. That's kind of Lalo's thing, but yeah. What else? Did anything else happen? I don't think so. I'm trying to think of what did I even watch yesterday? Oh, I watched movies yesterday. I don't think I watched very many streams, did I? I don't know. Hang on a second. I know I'm forgetting something. Oh, Jimmy. Shout out to Jimmy. He made a video for me thanking me. And I mean, I really haven't done anything, to be honest, but I appreciate his help. I mean, I'm just helping him get his message out. But he made a really nice video about me, which I thought was nice. First King, now Jimmy. I mean, I'm in. And also, I think that's what I watched. I watched the D&T show. And King did another impression of me, which was funny. I think he just wants to wear the wig. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, I didn't do shit yesterday. I didn't even add anything to my playlist. Damn, bro. Actually, I did. If you know that movie, The Chamber, with Gene Hackman? It's free right now. The official one is free if you want to watch that. But that's it. I didn't add anything. So pretty slow day for me yesterday. But anyway, we have a blockbuster show here. We're going to get started with Primetime number 27. Entertainers, Carolyn Lee, and what was Camp Kostek? We've seen that before, but I can't remember what it was. Anyway, let's get going. We'll talk it out as we go. Episode 27 of Primetime. This is from 1991. So if you've been here since the beginning, we're now 2 years into Primetime on episode 27. No, actually, that's not true. It'd be 3 years, right? 89, 90, and 91. Yeah, so 3 years. Oh my God, there you go, South to West, right out of the bat, man. Great intro. Is this new? I don't remember this last time. Only 19? I would have been 12. So Ben's 52. Is that right? I mean, this is a great opening. It does tell you exactly what to expect from the show. Bill Donahue.
From anywhere we want to be, it's Prime Time with George Dorunda. Tonight, Carolyn Lee, the Polish princess,
Yep.
and the entertainers.
The Polish princess.
So get ready for the most entertaining show on television. Hi, I'm George Dorunda, and welcome to Primetime. And you know, I just thought of something.
When we first started doing this show around 2 years ago, many people home watching this program right now were in prison. Well, anyway, it's going to be a great show. We have
Great intro. Haven't we seen Camp Kostek, at least one segment of it? We know who Kostek is, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
a lot of great guests on the program, and we're here
Who is
at
this
beautiful Camp Kostek on the shores of Lake Mattawa, and we're going to be touring around showing you some of the famous sights of Lake Mattawa. So let's start off the big show and get it underway with the entertainers.
There she was, just walking down the street, singing to our
How many songs did they play at this show? My God.
snapping her fingers and shuffling her feet, singing to our dum-dee-dee-dum-dee-dee-doo. She looked good, she looked fine, she looked good, she looked fine, and I nearly lost my mind before I knew it. She was walking next to me, singing to our dum-dee-dee-doo, holding my hand just as natural as can be, singing to our dum-dee-dee-doo. We walked on to my door. We walked on to my door, then we kissed a little more. Wow, I knew we was falling in love. Yes, I did, and so I told her all the things.
Oh, you're right. Is that that different guy, or is he just wearing different clothes? I get the drummers confused. Was the drummer for them the guy with glasses? Well, I'm like, I haven't hallucinating.
I've been dreaming of. Now we're together nearly every single day, singing do wah doo 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 dum doo doo doo, and we're so happy, and that's how we're gonna stay. Singing
Man, I wonder what happened. Is this all new footage?
wah doo 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 dum doo doo doo. Well, I'm hers, and she's mine.
Okay.
Well, I'm hers, she's mine. Wedding bells are gonna chime. Well, I knew we was falling in love.
Whoops, sorry.
Yes, I did, and so I told her all the things I've been dreaming of. Now we're together nearly every single day, singing do wah doo 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 dum doo doo doo, and we're so happy, and that's how we're gonna stay, singing do wah doo 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 dum doo doo doo. Well, I'm hers, and she's mine. Well, I'm hers, she's mine. Wedding bells are gonna chime. Oh, va, 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 yeah. Well, do wah doo 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 dum doo doo. I'm singing do wah doo 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 dum doo doo doo. Do wah doo doo doo.
Look at that crowd. Where? I've seen two people. Like, there was nobody in that shot all the way back.
Okay, that was the first song of the evening. And if you're keeping a log at home, that was the first musical position of the program.
This shot is the one that immediately I was like, okay, this has to be the thumbnail. Like, this is just, I like this shot. Just Mark and George hanging out in the rural woods, sitting in cheap chairs.
I'm here studying my map of the
They had
famous
8 people?
Mattawa
That's not
Trail.
bad.
We're going to be visiting
I only had like, I think 4 or 5 people that came to the Thor pop-up art installation.
famous places like Bear's Den.
Maybe
and,
a half dozen.
Well,
to
hey,
be fair.
we'll try and figure out what we're doing here, and then we'll return.
I'm not counting the guy who came in when he heard the Grace rapping and was offended by what he heard and came in to complain. I'm not counting that guy because he wouldn't have come in, but he was offended. Yeah, I think that's Mark, right? I would assume.
When I first got my license, every time I left the house, my parents would say, "Remember to buckle up, dear." But I never did. Just didn't seem too cool. Besides, most of the time I was only going around the block. You know how parents are. Always telling you what to do. But you know what? I wish I'd listened. I really do.
Yes, here we are at historic Bear's Den.
Yeah, I remember I showed the OPC Don almost got or OPC almost got arrested. I did like a pop-up art installation that was like free to the public. But like people basically, I mean, no one would know what it was even if I put up billboards, you know what I mean? So it was, I just had to rely on like passersby just coming in out of curiosity. And yeah, people were very confused. But like I said, it was only about half a dozen people, but it's not really the market for that kind of thing here.
It's everything I thought it would be, and even more. But my first guest has been with us before on Prime Time, and we decided to have her back again anyway. Yes, it's the princess of glitz, the Polish princess. Here we go,
I'll see if I can pull the flyer up on my phone and show you.
Poolside with the princess, Carolyn Lee.
I didn't live stream it because my internet on my phone wouldn't connect for some reason. I took a few videos, but okay, so I kind of misunderstood what it was going to be like because it ended up being put on, you guys familiar with like what a smart panel is? It looks like a TV, but it actually can do like a million things. They put my main screen up on the smart panel, and I thought it was going to be projected. So I got a different, like, it was hard to capture it on the camera because the light from the smart panel was so fucking bright. But I got most of the intro video where I showed a bunch of kind of like the other people in this that I follow, like that I watch and shit. And then I got the opening where I put in like an old school movie theater intro. And then whenever the movie thing cuts, it's Grace, and she's like, does her intro for like the OPC Don crime press conference.
Well, Carolyn, welcome back to...
I'm working on, I'm going to reach out to Ruby soon and ask her, I'd like to get her blessing to use her video where she doesn't get her medication from her doctor. I'd like to have that one be the next one that gets like a pop-up thing.
Prime Time.
Well, thank you, George. It's so nice to have you, and this time you should consider it a little different environment.
Poolside with the princess. And let me tell you, we had no problems finding the house at all.
I wonder why.
It stood right out on the street.
Could it be because of the music note fence and the candelabras?
There
and
was
the
not
notes on the
another house in the neighborhood like it.
I know, it's becoming a tourist attraction. You should see my neighbors when the Greyhound buses.
The buses pull up and down the street.
And this is a dead-end street, and you know, they get to the top of the street and have to maneuver this Greyhound around. I'm expecting problems.
And they turn around in neighbors' yards.
Almost, yes, and they drop their groceries like, what's this big Greyhound bus doing here?
Well, what do your neighbors think?
Well, I'm not home that much, so they
Do you
really...
get complaints? You get phone calls in the middle of the night?
No, I have an unlisted number. That's probably one of the reasons. But, you know, I'm not home that much, and I haven't gotten any threatening calls. So, actually, when they sell their houses on the street, they say, well, you know, it's the same houses. It's the same street that Carolyn Lee, the Polish princess, lives on. So
the price goes up.
Yeah, yeah, I think, you know, they've sort of used it as a landmark, you know. It's different.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing like it. And we're here poolside.
Yeah, this is, you know, I don't have much time to stay home, and I try to make months,
join us for a
summer months, at least 1 month, you know, so I can be home and enjoy my children, grandchildren, and my facility.
Merry Gracemas, join us for a free public screening of OPC Almost Got Arrested and celebrate the holidays with the Thorpes. And it has like little like cookie cutter, like Christmas decorations in it and shit.
He's here that I even have a summer office behind us.
And let's just say, it's a one-of-a-kind facility.
It's different, yeah. It's nice. It's
I noticed your piano planter.
Did you?
Well, I played the Pussy song, and it really made this one guy mad. He came in from the vestibule and like charged in. On the video, you can't hear him very well, but like I have to shut my video down because I have to go and address him.
Notice that. You know, I wanted to elevate some flowers and not have them all on the ground, and I said I need a unique planter. And needless to say, every place I went, there was just didn't have what I was looking for. I said, aha, a piano planter. So, you know, it's a little different.
And you always have something different.
Well, you know, it's an image that started out as a joke. You'll have to excuse me a little bit.
You're fidgeting around. It should be easier the second time around. This is your second time on the big program.
I know. I know.
The big
and you
program.
know, but the problem, George, is you have to excuse me. But it's just like when I'm on stage. If I don't sit just right, and if these sequins hit in the wrong place, it's going to be a very uncomfortable interview for me. So you have to get these
well,
sequins
get
just
yourself
right.
comfortable.
Here we go. We're all set.
Well, I see you dressed down. This is your pool outfit.
I will probably live stream from the Ruby one because once I get my YouTube check, I'm going to upgrade my phone data and then I should be able to connect from just about anywhere. But I'm planning on live streaming at least some of, like, maybe the I usually open the doors like half an hour before the event starts, so like I can probably film, like I can live stream like that half an hour and then maybe like the intro. Yeah. But I don't know about just leaving it up for like an hour and a half. I don't know. That probably wouldn't be that entertaining since you guys have already seen the video.
Yeah, you know, it's the most expensive image you can create.
What do you mean
People just-
expensive?
Well, they just expect glitz, you know, and when you said you wanted to do a poolside with Carolyn Lee, did you really want me in a pair of red shorts and a white top?
Absolutely not. I wanted
I
full.
even have poolside shoes. Look at that.
This is called pool glitz.
Pool glitz. Yes. And I was thinking, you know, as we were sitting here just before we started the interview, what other fool would sit by a pool dressed like this? You know, not too many, but it's a lot of fun.
Well, you have your Polish princess bracelet this time.
Yeah, I didn't have that last time. And remember me, I was telling you I felt so dressed down. I felt naked, remember?
Absolutely.
Now I have my...
I like how her thing, JF, is that she's like, you know what? One of the hardest parts of my life is that I always have to look good. I can't just relax. People expect the glitz from the Polish princess. Looks like some shit the Undertaker would wear.
But now you have your Polish princess bracelet.
And, yeah, and it's, you know, I'm so glad I practiced.
And you won't see these poolside shoes
No,
on
actually,
anyone else.
I don't know. No, very few pairs you'll see like this, but they're very comfortable.
And if you do, I'll give you your money back.
Yeah, it's a little unique, so. But, you know, you got to do it right, George. I mean...
Now, you were on jury duty.
Oh, yes, I just finished.
You didn't dress like this when you went in
Jury duty.
for jury duty, did you?
You're not going to believe this, but I was there for 3 days, and I had trouble dressing. I don't have business clothes anymore. Those days are gone. I don't have conservative... I had to go out and buy 3 outfits just for jury duty, which I wasn't too pleased about. But I had to, you know, keep the diamonds low-key and, you know. And I just came back.
Oh, my
Otherwise,
God.
it wouldn't be a jury of their peers.
No, they
After
really
all, you are a princess.
They probably would say, you know, this...
She's gone from like grateful celebrity in the first interview. Like she didn't seem humble by any means, but I don't know. She seems much less warm here to me. It's like all complaints.
They just have to declare a mistrial because, you know, who is this fool on jury, you know? So I played Mrs. American, and I got through it, and that's it for 3 years.
What do you typically wear when you go on a business meeting to sign all your contracts
Do you think she's pretty familiar with the law, though, south to west?
with your lawyer?
Believe it or not, there always is some glitz. And my tops are either
Glitz.
beaded or studded or a few stones here or there. Or, you know, I don't wear my stage rings all the time. But I do have sport diamond rings. And I do have sport diamond bracelets. And, you know, it's a different kind of glitz.
Well,
What
this
is
time
with the
you are
glitz?
dressed down from our previous interview.
Yes, I'm
You
not
had
shedding
gold
feathers
and
this time.
those feathers that were shedding all over the room.
Hey,
We're not
Upwood.
shedding feathers this time. You know, now this is really...
I saved them.
Did you?
I saved them.
Yeah, we'll have to give you an autographed picture or something, and then who knows? Maybe as time goes on, we'll really
They'll be worth
get famous.
millions.
Yeah, you know. I keep saying Liberace's artifacts and the stuff he gave me over the years are going to buy me a condo in Florida someday, and who knows? Maybe
Condo
someday.
in Florida.
Well, you are the female Liberace. What if you ever moved to Florida? What would you do with your 3-ton concrete piano?
Move it very carefully. Actually, did you notice when you came in my backyard, I have a 3-ton concrete organ barbecue that I grill hot dogs and hamburgers on.
Oh my God. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. I need a moment. Okay, so she built a multi-ton organ-shaped barbecue in her backyard. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Steaks.
Well, does
They
that
be on the same flatbed.
that's the same thing as the 3-ton concrete piano.
Exactly.
It was crafted just for you because
Exactly.
I've never seen another one quite like it.
No, I know. It's quite
She should have hired the sign guy.
unique, and so is this barbecue.
lackluster.
You know, the same sculptor who did my piano. What?
I mean, it's just there's like I don't really know if I know how to phrase this. This to me looks like someone, I mean, you could just say the obvious, but like this is like this is like the weirdest version of decadence that I've maybe ever seen. Like it's not even stuff that seems like it's something that a rich person would want. Like I could see people buying like gaudy diamonds and gold, and she's building a concrete piano barbecue pit. Like it's so weird.
One day we took him out for dinner. He was down the Cape and we went out for the evening. And I happened to mention to my husband, let's not forget we need a new grill for the backyard. And tomorrow morning we have to go out.
Couldn't you go to Kmart or a department store?
That's what I was thinking. And he just sat right back and he put down his shrimp cocktail. I'll never forget it. And he said,
what an absolutely killer line. He looked right at me and he put down his shrimp cocktail and he said to me,
"You're going to go to Kmart or Bradley's for a grill?" It sounded like a good idea. He says, "For the Polish princess who has a 3-ton concrete piano." Well,
he didn't say that. He didn't say that. No way.
let me tell you, less than a month, this barbecue was here, shaped like an organ, of course. And I mean,
I'd like to build a concrete structure of my organ in the backyard of the Polish princess's house.
the guy is just amazing, you know.
Hey,
it's
Avery.
not too practical, but it sure is a lot of fun. That's what's nice about my job, you know.
When your friends come to your house
Yes,
to
matter of
visit?
fact, I'm having a big party Sunday, and they're all new faces, and I'm sure they'll make a few comments about. Actually, I have a rhinestone apron that I just finished, and I'm going to use it for the hot dog Sunday, the hamburgers.
Who wouldn't?
Well, listen, if you got to cook out of
Do you think George has ever dabbled in the occult?
3-ton concrete barbecue shaped like an organ, you got to do this right, George. You know.
Absolutely.
I
And-
just don't do chef's hats. That I.
Yeah, you can't. Again, you can't have too much glitz. Even walking through your house, I've never seen
Do you think she ever goes back there fully nude and is just making Polish sausages back on her 3-ton concrete organ-shaped barbecue?
so many mirrors.
Yes. How can I explain that? Well,
I mean, how did it start? Did you buy one at a time?
Yeah.
Or did you just
Whenever they talk about swing clubs and stuff, it's people like George Dorunda and the Polish princess that go to those kind of clubs.
say, I'm going to mirror the whole house?
no, I did one room.
Of course, your husband's room isn't quite as
a
glitzy.
little subdued. See,
It's subdued glitz.
yes, you know, he asked me to please when I was redoing and redecorating that
I don't think he did either, but George is just such a I don't know. I want to know more about George.
room, which was actually one of the last ones I did. He says, "Carolyn, please do me a favor," he says. My husband's strictly a very home-type, quiet, low-key guy. Give him his TV, glasses.
That one guy just kind of ended up kind of cold calling or cold showing up to the Winnebago guy. Like if George, something's going on with the comments on George's videos, I think, to where he's not seeing our comments. But we've got to get I bet his email is on like LinkedIn or something. We got to get a hold of him.
I mean, feed him well, and he's perfectly content, right? And I said, "But Roland, I have to
Oh,
match
my
the rest of the
God.
house." He said, "Please," he says. You know, the crystal in a chandelier.
I told her, I said, "You're the Polish princess. You have only the nicest things. Are you going to go to Kroger's or Bradley's?"
I have no complaint, he says, but leave
Oh,
me
my
my
God.
brown velvet chair, which I hate because it doesn't match the decor of it. It's almost like Archie Bunker. Don't you sit in his chair.
No, that's his
So
private
I
chair.
had
Okay.
to plan the room
Well, he has to
around
have
his
something.
chair. I know. And then I said to him, I says, "Well, I bought new lamps, and they're like
I'm sure the guy who refused to bend knee and wanted like an old beat up chair, his old comfortable chair, wasn't going to be happy with a Kmart grill. I'm sure. Come on, bro.
candelabras, but they're not quite as bad. They're like in crystal cut glass, so they're not." So he said, "Well," I says, "and
Right, but wouldn't he want to be known like by people like I feel like he would want maybe he wouldn't want to be like famous, but I think he would want to know that like his show was still circulating, you know.
the tables are glass, but there's not much gold
If I was George's age and somebody found some of my old videos and then like contacted me, like I wouldn't be mad about it.
on it." And we said, "Well," and I said, "But here's the killer.
GeoCities.
I really want to mirror this wall." And he just
Oh,
looked
that's
at me and said, well, you know, we
awful.
have
I
all
hate
these
everything
artificial
about
trees
that.
with lights on them all over the house, and I have Christmas year round, by the way, because I'm not home that much, so I like to
But you never
savor
have
that
time to put your
atmosphere.
Christmas decorations away.
Nah, you know, the only thing I put away is the tree, but the rest stays up. And so I said
Plus, all the polka people are sitting on all the furniture bare-assed.
to him, I says, you know, the mirrors would really reflect. And, you know, I guess he figured after 29 years of being married, why get upset and lose anyway? Just go with the flow.
But you did put your horsey in his room.
Yes, I put my little horse in there. And I decorated that, believe it or not.
All by yourself.
Yeah, all by
You
myself.
are so talented.
Well, I like to work in the yard. I like to weed, and I like to
How about
trim.
what do the maiden butlers do?
We're not at that stage yet, George, but I'm working on it. I don't mind yard work. I really enjoy that because I can just forget everything.
It's like a getaway.
It is a getaway. This yard, believe it or not, is my escape. It really is. If I could only disconnect all the phones, and I'd be all set.
32 views, man. I
But
can't believe it. I don't get
just
it.
hate. As a matter of fact, my kitchen, if you notice, is just a little ostentatious, and I've been trying to convert that thing into a music library for years and just keep my microwave, but, I just don't like the kitchen. That's not my forte. I mean, if you saw me cook, if you ate my food, you'd laugh because it's excellent. I'm an excellent cook, and I just can't figure out how, but I am. But I just
Another
cannot
one of
say-
your many talents. I mean, I
can't
wouldn't
say
doubt
I
that.
enjoy it. If you said to me, "Oh, I'll make dinner," and you just go play the piano, I say, wonderful. I mean, you wouldn't finish your sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. If I comment on the thing, if he has his comments set up for some reason where they're held or filtered or he doesn't want to see them or whatever,
And I'd be in there,
maybe that's intentional. So I should just,
It's like my grandson says, a man's got to do what a man's got to do. So a woman's got to do what a woman's got to do,
But your grandson never goes into your blue room.
No, actually, I have my 5 grandchildren with the 6th one on the way.
We don't want this to turn into a truthfully Trisha situation.
Blue room trained.
Oh, like little puppies.
Yeah, as you saw when you went in there, not only are the walls mirrored, but I have mirrored bars.
I swear my one regret about YouTube is that I could never figure out how to handle Trisha. My God, the content would have been so amazing. He does have a Twitter. Well, I'll message him on Twitter, and if he doesn't message me back on Twitter, then I'll drop it and we'll just watch the show. But what was I talking about? Oh, with Trisha, Trisha as a creator is like a perfect subject for me to clip and to make videos of, and she just will not have it at all. It's a complete mess.
And I have a mirrored cocktail table shaped like a grand piano. And
I do agree with that, south to west, for sure. But then again, maybe he don't, I don't know. I'm just going to message him on Twitter. If he's active there, then he'll definitely see it, and then we'll just go from there.
Now, I have grandchildren from 1.5 years to 11 years old, and although they're very good and very well behaved, but children are children, and these are collector's
Can you imagine having to dust all that?
items.
Those fingerprints get on your
And all that
mirrors.
furniture, that's a replica of the furniture, from Versailles, from the mansions in France and all that. I mean, these are really collectors that I just cannot replace, so.
Once again, sparing no expense for the Princess of Glitz.
They've got enough room to play.
They just come out by the pool,
Do you
right?
notice I have grandchildren? You see, actually, I'm saying you see that Donald Duck float. Well, we have a Mickey Mouse
Now,
one, too.
isn't that yours?
The Donald Duck one is not mine, but the Mickey Mouse one is mine, but it got a hole.
She wants to make sure everybody knows she's not down with the duck.
So,
You
somehow,
have a hole in your Mickey.
I know, times are tough.
Yeah, Trisha and I'm not for sure, but I want to say that I maybe started her right after Grace, maybe. But I mean, perfect content for me, to clip and shit. It was just great. I had a good It's really weird because I had a good relationship with her in her chat, and then but she kept either striking me or having the videos taken down. And finally she just went on a big rant on one of the channels and went off on me and said she was going to come after me and everything if I kept making the videos. And they were all positive. She did things and I'm sure that she wasn't proud of, but there was nothing negative about the video. I portrayed her like I do any of the other, I just looked at the keynote, not at anything else, but It was a huge disaster.
Tough, George. I mean, I really have a tough life, you know. So in between all this hustle and bustle of an active lifestyle, I have to go out and find a new Mickey Mouse float because I'm
Well,
not too
let's
happy
just
about
phone
that.
up the Disney people and
Yeah,
have
did you
them-
notice
how
my
about
little
something
Mickey
with
Mouse piano?
rhinestones?
I thought about that, you know, but I have to keep this a little. Did you notice all the notes on the buildings in the back of the house?
And also, I don't know if any of you were. This was at the very beginning of my YouTube career. I did like a 3 or 4 hour video on Trisha, and I explained my interest. For some reason, I was really sober, and I explained my reasons for being interested in this kind of material, and I went into like a really in-depth, like existential, like soliloquy about these kind of creators, and it's just gone in the ether now.
House.
The back of the house,
Yeah.
even your
Thanks,
summer office has
Trisha.
notes, and even the doghouse has notes. I noticed that right away.
That's right. And my husband has a stove.
And then you have notes and gold musical instruments in your rock collection.
That's right, and those are done in gold, 24 karat gold leaf. I have a rock garden over there, and I have a candelabra with 3 notes, but those had to be done in gold. On a building where we put black and white to match the rest of the home, but you know, actually, my
Okay.
husband has a tool shed over there, and he's in the process of repainting it. So that's the only. But believe it or not, there's notes on that too. But he's the one that
I haven't
said,
seen
he
any.
said, I don't have any notes for my. Yeah, they're just not up because
A
he's
rock
in the
guy.
process
Oh,
of
okay, but I'm
painting
sure
it.
they'll be put up
yes,
momentarily.
Yeah, well, he complained one year because it was just too drab compared to the rest of the buildings. So I went to my contractor and I said, do me a favor and make me up some music notes for my husband.
I like that he's kind of building a little whack pack of people that he knows love to talk about themselves and are always going to be like, if he needs to make new content, like he knows the Polish princess is going to talk to him because he treats her like she's really is the female Liberace, you know?
Husband's tool shed, and so when he came home, he had music
What
notes.
do
He was
people
happy.
say when you go to a contractor and say, I'd like some musical notes?
I guarantee you he don't vote for both candidates. We know his political leanings.
They know me. They say I'm a crazy lady. They say I'm a crazy
And
lady.
all they have to do is look at the jewelry, and it's
Yeah.
growing by leaps and bounds.
I know, and they used to laugh.
You had your
at me.
necklace custom made?
Did you notice that's new from my last interview? Yes. This is a jewelry designer from New York who has made some designs for Cher. And I met him strictly by accident, which actually I think my whole life has been an accident. But
Also, I just want to put this out there. Ben and Grace are in the vicinity of Tony Yoman. They are within a physical proximity of Tony Yoman in Texas. Tony does do collabs. I'm hoping that Grace will at least consider reaching out to Tony, because that would be, I think the Thorpe TV viewers would really like Tony. And even if they just went to Burger King and did like a mukbang and shit talk, like I think it would be really funny.
I met
Imagine Grace lore dumping on Tony Yoman what she's done while she was in Texas.
him by accident, and then we started speaking, and he said, didn't you appear at Carnegie Hall? And he remembered the name, Carolyn Lee.
You don't want to ever see her again, Ananje?
And I said, yes. And we struck up a conversation. Before you knew it, voila.
I'm already getting anxious because we're through so many episodes. Like my brain is like, I'm just thinking like, oh my God, 70 episodes left. And then next time it's going to be like 69 episodes left.
So here it is, candelabra in orb. Did you notice that?
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, I noticed that.
I know. It's so much fun.
It's like summer glitz.
It's summer glitz, yeah, it's summer glitz. I do have them in some of my publicity
Oh no, and then did you guys see Jean-Claude Van Damme suspected of dealing with trafficked women in Romania?
pictures. It's unique. We won't have another one like that.
So, Carolyn, time has been flying by here, and you have your piano planter, your 3-ton concrete organ, your 3-ton concrete...
George is so nice, he'll come by to do an article on your weird wheel walking machine that you do, but then allow you to use the entire time to vent about how your brother is more successful than you.
piano. Do you happen to have a real piano around that plays?
I even have a real piano, George. Yes, I do.
Do you think you could perform one of your favorite selections?
Did she say she has a piano and IBS?
You could perform one of your favorite
Freeform?
selections for us?
Yes, I think today I'd like to do one of my favorites because, you know, when I'm on stage, I always try to play what the audience likes. So maybe-
As all good performers should.
Definitely, definitely. You know, my favorite saying is keep those buses coming. And they are, so I have to.
We can still trust Dolph Lundgren. I think he got involved on the he funds a lot, does a lot of fundraising and appearances for, and like, you know, stuff like that for I think it's Set Free that he worked with. I think that, yeah, if I remember right.
You know, continue what I'm doing.
And keep those dollars coming in so you can have more diamonds and more gold.
I know. Can you imagine my bankers, how ridiculous they'd look with all those costumes if I didn't become successful? And they had to take all those costumes back. Can you imagine them walking through the bank and that? I thought of that one night, and it was, you know, quite funny.
I don't know what they would do with them.
I know.
But they could probably make a lot of money. They'd be sold as collector's items.
Well, maybe. I think the longer they wait, the more they'll be worth. But we're working on it. Yes, I'd like to play a favorite for you.
One day they'll be worth something. We're waiting on it.
I have to take you into my home for that.
What do you have in mind?
I'm going to surprise you, but I know you'll recognize it.
A Liberace favorite?
Yes, he has done this. I think this was one of his favorites, too. Yes, he has done this. Got a little different arrangement, but yes.
What song do you think if I ever... Well, you know what? I actually do have access to a piano. But I can't really play it, but I could simulate the notes and just sing.
And I won't tell you because I know you'll recognize the song.
I'll recognize it immediately.
So will the audience.
Hey, I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Okay.
Oh, man, fantastic. You want me to sing Roll Out the Barrel? Well, that's what I mean. I would really play the piano. I just can't play it. So it would just be random notes. No, truthfully, Trisha. Queen, I mean, oh my God, content queen, Trisha. I can't, it pains me. I haven't thought about it in so long, but so much good shit I haven't been able to post. Trisha is an icon. Trisha, if you're out there, listen, I know we've had our problems. You've come after me pretty hard, but I'm still open to a business arrangement. I have no musical things at all. Yes, she's the one that went on Dr. Phil, yeah. Honestly, Avery, like if you watch Truthfully Trisha content, it wouldn't be surprising if she just vanished for a while. Well, yeah, she's the female Liberace, Avery. What do you think, George is going to come out for just anybody? And if you weren't here yesterday, thanks to we crossed a new emote threshold on the membership, so Mike Chuddy is now permanently unlocked as an emote. Look how happy she is. I love it. No way, did she throw that in there? Nice. What a song. I would like to cover, but I really can't because they have a bunch of like this person is involved with somebody that's like I think kind of big on TikTok and is like has a lot of haters and shit. But Formless Dragon, I would like to cover Formless Dragon's content, but it's just like it's such a small part of their overarching content that I want to cover, and I just feel like it would bring in a bunch of people who would complain because I wasn't covering like all the drama.
Carolyn, let me guess. Chopsticks.
I knew I couldn't keep it a secret.
Like we kind of are making light of her in some ways, but she absolutely is like a top tier musician. Like she's played Carnegie Hall twice. She's made a career out of it. Like she's good at what she does. It's just kind of maybe not everybody's taste. But yeah, you can't deny her musical talents playing the piano. Oh yeah, I got to do the Hormax or Spicoli stream. Yeah, I meant to do that, but then I ended up clipping the haircut. Bethadone is coming on Celebrity Sunday. Wow, that could be a loaded episode if Justin shows up.
From you, George.
A Liberace favorite.
That's right. That's right. That was one of his favorites. And, you know, I always say on stage when I want to play this, you know, my problem is with the shows that I give my orchestra, I have a 7-piece orchestra. It used to be, it started out with 3, and then it grew to 5 and 6, and well, now we're up to 7.
A sign of success.
Yes. Yes. You start getting spoiled. You start working with these big orchestras and big showrooms, and, you know, you come home and you say, okay, guys, I want you 6 pieces to sound like a 30-piece orchestra I've just played with, and it's a little difficult. So we're just increasing little by
Well,
little.
with the age of electronics, that can happen these days.
It can, yes, it can. And it's actually the 7-piece orchestra does sound a lot larger because of the electronics and all that, you know.
Strings, violins,
I know,
trombones,
it's like
cellos.
incredible. You know, my keyboardist, who, by the way, is my future daughter-in-law, uses the strings on his
Are you
synth.
keeping the act in the family?
I didn't plan it that way. My son is my drummer, and he's the one that appeared at the Las Vegas Hilton with me when he was only like 21 years old, so that was quite an honor for any 21-year-old. But I have this keyboardist, and they just happened to get engaged, and they just happen to be getting married in a couple of years. So.
I'll see if I have any. I'll see if I have any Trisha clips still in my archive, and one day when we do a Boyd thing, we'll watch them at the very end, and then after the stream, I'll just cut them off. I'll go in and I'll make the video unlisted, and then I'll just cut those parts out. She'll be able to do anything about it.
And you'll be performing at the wedding.
No.
No?
I know.
No?
I go to
No?
weddings and enjoy them.
Not even one selection? You might
Who
sneak
knows?
one in.
Maybe, but I try to stay out of the limelight, especially a day like that.
Well, Carolyn, time flies when you're having fun, and time certainly has flown. We're just about out of time here. But I'd like to thank you again
Wow, I would kind of agree. That interview did kind of fly by, and it was a good portion of the show.
for having us down here poolside with the princess.
Well, it was my pleasure having you, and I hope to see you again soon.
Well, we'll have to
shortly.
do it again soon, and we'll have more princess updates.
Yes, there are a lot of things that are happening, and I'm very pleased about it. Just keep those buses rolling.
Once again, a
Keep
unique
those
experience.
buses coming. Thanks again, George. My pleasure having you here.
It's been a pleasure here.
Okay.
Okay, kids, you can take off your sunglasses. She's gone. The Princess of Glitz, Carolyn Lee. And hey, when we return, we'll have the entertainers.
You guys didn't like that interview? I thought it was great. I thought it was entertaining. Wow. No, there's not another entertainers. There's not time. See, look at George. He's just like, hey, you know where a giant rock is? Yeah, we need to go there. Yeah, there's no entertainers here. We've been lied to. It's just this dumb commercial again. What happened? Lolcow Rejects and Dan and Tommy show both gone? What? How come? Hey, Hurricane. Okay, ooh, look at this. ATF Media Reflection. Oh my God, Carolyn Lee is back again. I'm so thrilled. You know what? I remember that. Is that what did it? I saw that clip. I was like, huh? I couldn't believe he showed it. Oh no, the Mark Fusion impression clip is gone then. Oh, I knew I should have grabbed it. Damn it. I was gonna review the show. Is the whole channel down, or is it just like a suspension or temporary thing? It might be generous to say that he gets paid, but I don't think he really. I don't think you don't do something like prime time if you're like if your motivation is financial, in my opinion. So, okay, so did the D&T show got taken down because of that clip? So what happened with Lol Cow Rejects then? What's up? It's me. That's George Dorunda's actual composition, the theme song.
From anywhere we want to be, it's prime time with George Dorunda. Tonight, Carolyn Lee, the Polish princess.
Oh, I guess the first. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I thought OPC Don had locked down Lol Cow Rejects. I guess we do technically have the one King doing an impression of me from my video, even though it's not just the raw footage. That's something, I guess.
That great band Reflection.
I saw a gun scene that I was like, it didn't bother me. I don't care. It's a movie. But like, if you were just flipping through and you flip through right to that, it'd be like, I was like, is this okay? Like, because I have to kind of watch which movies I show to make sure that they, except for the people who saw the tits last time by mistake. But normally I vet like by reading up and seeing what the violence and stuff is. But that was really, really graphic what I saw.
And the Entertainers. So get ready for the
Who's Gia? I don't know who that is. What's up, Pomp Flare?
most entertaining show on television.
Well, I'm gonna just say it. It's gonna be not to rip off Seinfeld, but I'm gonna make this summer the summer of George. I'm gonna prime time it all summer to as many of these type of Dorunda events that I can.
Hi, I'm George Dorunda, and welcome to Primetime. You know, I think I should clear something up.
I don't know who. I've never heard of that person in my life. I don't know who. I've never heard of Gia before. Is that like someone from a different community?
At the beginning of the program, we do get a lot of mail here at Primetime, and there's one common question that's often asked, and, well, let me just explain it. Now, if you would like to have a written transcript of tonight's program, here's what you do. Get yourself a pen and a piece of paper.
George has had enough of ATF media asking for transcripts of shows, so he's just going to lay it out for him here.
Feel free to write it yourself. And on that note, let's start off the big program with a lot of notes by the Entertainers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't think I've ever seen them before. They're from Lol Cow Universe. Oh, there we go. Well, they got some more. Don't forget these people up here. Oh, those are two automobiles. Don't forget these people over here.
I'm looking for you. Single bars and good time lovers, never true. Playing a fool's game, hoping to win. Sharing those sweet lies and losing again.
Well, and it seemed like it had like people were kind of a little bit optimistic about it. Has Grace commented on the situation yet?
I was looking for love in all the wrong places, looking traces of what I'm dreaming of. Hoping to find a friend and I love her. One less day I discovered another heart. Looking for love.
Lots of traffic. I'm not knocking it because honestly, it's very difficult. Unless you're like a famous person, it's very difficult to get people to show up to anything.
I was alone then, no love inside. I did everything I could to get me through the night. Don't know where it started or where it might end. I turned to a stranger.
No, I don't know who those people are. I didn't really cover Trisha. Like I knew that there were trolls in the chat, but I think I never had any issues with them. I don't think because I mean I interacted with Trisha in very over the top ways, so I think they got what was that they understood it. But like I never delved into like what anyone else was saying about her because I don't want to just see clips of somebody like, you know, I want to see the Kino. I don't want to see just the drama.
Just like a friend, I was looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for love in too many faces, searching her eyes, looking for traces of what
do they make videos about Trisha or something?
Dreaming of, hoping to find a friend and I love her.
Somebody commented about when she kept coming after me and basically said like, you know, if I fought Trisha with YouTube, then I would probably win, and maybe that's true, but like I don't want to have to do that for every video, you know what I mean? Like that's just a huge hassle that like it just seemed like a waste of time when I could spend time covering somebody who was like more, you know, open to it. Oh, they gotten both of their channels nuked. Wow. I'm not surprised. She's completely thorough and she's completely quick. Like she'll report you in a heartbeat. OPC had DT channel 2. Well, I think they just got shut down because King was dual streaming like hard R gore. Asexual vanilla. Vanilla guy. Discovered another heart. Looking for love. I spent a lifetime looking for you. Singing bars and good time lovers never true. Playing a fool's game, hoping to win. Sharing those. Is this the real extended cut of the song? Lies and losing again. I was looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for love in too many faces, searching her eyes, looking for traces of what I'm dreaming of. Now that I find Blade movie review? Are you talking about Wesley Snipes' Blade? Hang on a second. Friend and I love her. Why bless the day I discovered another heart. Looking for love. Well, another heart. Looking
Yes, that was Looking for Love performed by the Entertainers. And on tonight's show, I'll be speaking very slowly in case any of you are writing down all my words. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Hey, good to see Joe Biden back in the news. Yeah, I got it. I went to the library the other day, and I was thinking, like, I just know one of these people is going to be like, hey, Mark, why don't you review Blade, knowing full well I probably don't have it. So I checked out all 4 Blade movies.
We pledged our allegiance to it when we were young. We studied its importance when we were in our teens. We sing its praises at every sporting event. We display it when we celebrate, lower it when we mourn, and honor our heroes with it when they've fallen. It stands for what we are and what we believe in. How we treat it says a lot about us.
Yes, we're here at Sidewalk Days in Northampton, and my next guest is a crazy lady. She's been on the show before, and, well, by the way, do you have any products for royalty?
Oh, no.
Nothing for royalty at all?
No.
Well, we have the Princess of Glitz, the Polish Princess, the female Liberace. Yes, she's back. Hold on to something. It's Carolyn Lee. Well, Carolyn, welcome back to the big program.
Oh, man.
We're back here poolside. You know, when you have nice weather, you might as well utilize it, right?
I know.
George is the king of efficient content making, man. This guy got 2 years of footage out of one like outdoor concert, and now he's getting all these like extended interviews.
Oh, this is the only time of the year.
Oh my God, guys, listen. What if Carolyn Lee is 1991's Mike Chuddy? Think about that. What if we're watching her all season?
I don't miss Florida, George. It's just so nice and relaxing, and
You're becoming a regular fixture here on Primetime.
yes, this is just great. You know, George, I almost feel like we're related at this point. But it's always
To be fair, she has appeared in over 10% of the episodes.
Well, you never
Pleasure,
know.
you know?
We could get married into the family.
you never know, right? Strange things have happened, right? But it's always nice.
And
to
then
meet
I'll have to start glitzing up.
Yeah, you know, I've been meaning to talk to you about that, George. Now, a couple of rhinestones now and then, you know, we have to do a little something, you know. But I'm working on this. Next time,
a little something just for me.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
really
even
know
rhinestone
what.
sneakers.
Maybe a little.
I just really relate to George, man. I really like hearing, you know, Grace and Joy and Rich and Ben and VP, all these Ruby, all these, you know, even Savvy Guy, like all these yappers. But I only get to hear them on the internet. Like George went and actually interviewed all these yappers.
Sun visor or something with, you know, painted gold or something, and, you know, George Dorunda and big rhinestone letters or something.
And Primetime can light on and off.
Oh, I'm getting nervous now. You're starting to think like me.
George hates his audience.
You know, that's a very bad sign.
It's
you know?
dangerous. Wait a minute. I'll have to
I
get
think
hold
you
of my...
have-
What do you think about this, Ananje? Do you think there are people, and I mean, I think it's inarguable that there are people, but I mean, do you think there are people who, do you think for George this was more about that the actual art for George was in like making this? Like it was what happened to it after the fact, which, do you think it really mattered, like a big deal to him? Or do you think like for him, the experience and working with these people and crafting the show was kind of like its own reward? You know what I mean? There are people who make art and they put it out there, and then if it doesn't do well, they get really pissy. And like you can tell, like, I feel like if you talk to George about this show, like he would have a lot of like positive feelings about it, and I don't think he would view it as like, I don't think he would see it as a failure or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like even if it didn't get like a ton of views on here, like it wasn't like a nationally known thing, I don't think that would bother him. I get the feeling that like the experience of doing this was what, you know, was what he got out of it, not like eventual like, you know, rewards or whatever.
It's
Yeah, too many times, George.
it's catchy, isn't
It is
it?
contagious. You know, it's funny. And this is true.
Do you have other friends around the area that catch this disease?
Yes, I have to tell you about my conductor, who is the perfect match for me. As a matter of fact, his personality is so much like my husband. Very low-key, very, easygoing, very...
Yeah, I think OPC did make the D&T show originally, but I don't think OPC had anything to do with the channels being taken down. I mean, King was showing videos of like graphic self-harm. Like it was fake, but still like it was pretty graphic.
And it's gotten to the point now where, he says, well, I don't mind wearing something glitzy like this, all right? And it's like, he's been with me for 2 years.
I don't think George would be a good podcaster, to be honest. I think George has got to be there, man. I think George has to be in the shit. He's got to be in the trenches to get the content.
Almost 3 years.
Because his tree content, bro, it ain't it.
And I look at him and I
Thanks, Chris, though, for another tree down.
say, do you know what you just said? And he says, I know, I caught myself, and you know what? It is scary. Because I would never do these things 2 years.
Like, would this interview be nearly as interesting if it was her and George in a studio? Like, to me, it wouldn't be. She's at home. She's going to have a different attitude. She's going to have a different level of comfort being at home, being able to show her home. You get to see, like, learn so much more about her personality. Like, I just don't think I don't think this works if it's all in in a studio environment.
So I think it's almost contagious, Yeah.
It is. I myself, in my earlier days, I used to have a white tuxedo with a gold star on the back in sequins.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Hey, George, that's pretty cool.
But I no longer fit in that.
Well, I have that
man.
problem, too. I'm getting to the point where, I'm not to the point financially where Liberace was, but, this was part of his problem.
Yes.
I think it's the Polish stockiness that,
I think he would be, honestly, I think George would make a fantastic, they always have those, reporters who go to all the, little weird local events and stuff like that, all the, personal interest stories. I think George would be fantastic about that. I think George would do good as an IRL streamer. I think he'd do pretty decent.
when we were younger, our mothers fed us. I ate for every...
If you like this kind of content, if you're only, I don't think George's going to get into a bunch of drama or have any, heightened reality moments, but, I think he would be a great IRL streamer.
Polish starving child in Warsaw when I was growing up, and now I have to pay the price.
That's right. Finish all the food on your plate, or
That's
50
right.
children will starve in Poland.
He's the real JT Southern.
Exactly, or they're going to die, so you ate everything. And, but Liberace...
Yeah, but isn't it good?
Oh,
All
yes,
the Polish
I have
foods.
no. But, the problem is, again, I can't afford... All my performances have 4 to 5 costume changes, as you know from previous interviews and seeing previous videos. But I can't afford costumes in, 3 different sizes, a whole wardrobe. And Liberace...
He'd probably do 2 streams and realize what it's like being a... dealing with chat and be like, I'm going back to the tree content.
It's
to
like
have a whole-
one of each, right?
No, I have to stick to one size. I have no choice in the matter at this point. But Liberace used to have 3 different sizes, a size up, a size down, and what he wore. In full wardrobe. I don't mean one costume of each. I mean, and I used to laugh when I used to hear that. And I'm not laughing now, boy. I realize, you go on the road and...
And we all know he stole
Me neither.
some of his ideas from you.
We've everything I've learned about George Dorunda, we've all learned together. I just went through the first few minutes just to see what it even was, and then we watched but other than the first couple minutes, everything I've seen of George has been on stream.
Yeah, you heard about that,
I
huh?
heard about that.
I know. He actually got the idea of the candelabra from me, and nobody believes it. So when I told him that, when he was...
When I saw there were 97 episodes of it, I was like, oh my God, this is a real archaeological find.
Before he passed away, he used to laugh when of course, I thought he was going to slap me with a lawsuit, but he made a cassette that
Dan thinks OPC deleted both channels. Why would he do that? I didn't grow up... No, this was only available to my knowledge in the New England area. I'm in the Midwest, so I until we did the first primetime stream, I had no idea who he was.
I use in my tribute to him that will be performing all over the country, is performing. And as you know, I have some good news coming up. I guess I shared this with you. The highlight of my career could be
The Liberace tribute.
yes. Next year, they are celebrating Liberace Week in Las Vegas. And the week will run from Monday through Saturday. And they have a very active fan club still all over the country that comes in and meets, and they have dinner and they share memories and stuff like that. And they're having a whole week now. It's like almost in memory of all the contributions he made to the entertainment field and, helped so many people starting out in show business. And Wednesday, May 13th, which is the middle of the week.
Being the female Liberace.
I'm not saying that's not true, because I literally have no idea. But I don't think that OPC was the only person who I think there are people that don't like King. There are people who don't like Dan. Dan's got enemies from other communities as well. And that was a pretty big opening. I mean, I don't know what else happened on the stream. All I saw was King. Dan was upset because King hadn't announced he was going to do a couple things on live, and Dan wanted to be there to see him. So King did the impression of me. And then I think I fast forwarded a little bit, and then I just saw a guy eat a gun in a very graphic way. But I mean, that's pretty spicy to put on your channel.
Well, that's what the media says. I hate to think I'm a clone. I don't want anyone to take
Well, believe me,
Liberace's
you
place.
have a style all your own.
Yeah,
I can verify that.
This is almost as bad as a Ben Grace Ruby fish tank video, almost.
But if you saw me on stage,
Those are the people that are propping this channel up. It wouldn't exist without them.
I also do a lot of the Victor Borga type comedy, but mine isn't planned.
Victor Borga. Hey, ATF Media, did you watch the Ludwig Borga Dark Side of the Ring? Oh man, great episode, dude. I loved it at the end when they were having all their normally it would be the emotional goodbyes, and his wife was I never shed his ex was I never shed a tear over him, and then Jim Ross is he was an asshole, and that was the last thing I think anybody said.
It's just I'm an accident looking for a place to happen, so I turn
You're
it into humor.
two stars in one.
Yeah, people say, what is your show like? I say, well...
Oh, now hold on a second. This is yeah, I know you told me. That's why as soon as the stream ended, I went and watched it in case they took it down. Okay, so Ruby, Lynx, and Princess had Lolcow Rejects access. Okay.
It's Liberace, Victor Borga, and Carolyn Lee all wrapped into one. And I mean, if you like Liberace and Victor Borga, well, you got to take your chance on the Carolyn Lee part.
And it's
He was an asshole, and I'll leave it at that.
It's like Crime Time, always the unexpected.
Always. I mean, it's just...
You know what, though? They also credited him, though. They said that Donald Trump ripped his whole act off of Ludwig Borga. That Ludwig Borga had already done the, xenophobic, racist call to deport everybody and already, mastered the approach. So Donald Trump really should be... making sure that Ludwig Borga's burial site is well taken care of. If he was the blueprint,
you just never know what to expect. But again, back to the Las Vegas. I'm very pleased. I'm taking this 2-hour tribute to Lee, including the cassette he made for me about borrowing the idea of the candelabra, to Las Vegas. It will be a dinner and show at 6:30 in the evening, Wednesday, May 13th. At the Alexis Park Convention Center in Las Vegas, and I'm just so flattered. I've done a segment to him in all my performances as a tribute to him, but this will really, really be the ultimate tribute.
This could be the high point in your career.
I knew Borga had got into politics. I had no idea he was as successful as he was, and I knew he ran on a whatever on a nationalist platform or whatever, but I really didn't know how similar a lot of the stuff was. I just knew he ran and won, and I was an idiot, and I thought that I didn't know that much about him, so I thought maybe he did other stuff because he was in the UFC, right? And then he went to WWF, or maybe vice versa. But I thought maybe he had gone elsewhere and kind of done well for himself. But aside from that one political run, it doesn't sound like it.
It could also be the end.
And wrestler,
Oh, I doubt
the Undertaker's gonna. Yeah, I'm sure Undertaker will convict him.
that.
Depending how many accidents happen on stage, you know?
Well, just don't lock yourself in your bathroom.
I think you should probably share this with the viewers so they get an idea of my personality.
Exactly. I wanted to use the bathroom here at Carolyn's home, and I went over, and the door was locked from the outside, and she didn't have a key to get in. So
Jim Cornette had a great line too. He was like, "I was at ringside for every Ludwig Borga match. I can't remember one of them."
had to pick the lock.
Yes.
Only could happen to the Polish princess.
A typical Carolyn Lee day, you know. So,
But speaking of other high points in your career, you did celebrate Carnegie Hall.
Don't get the Trump debate going. Go over to Wildest Wake Up Show. I think they're doing a Trump thing this morning.
100th anniversary. You were invited back.
yes. You know,
Oh no, their thing today is some of these topics, man. They're so baity. You know they don't give a shit, and they're not gonna actually try to get to the bottom of it. They're just gonna it's always like tariffs, good or bad, and they're just gonna let absolutely anybody come on and just collect the ad revenue.
I'm just so pleased with everything that's happening. In my wildest
Cornette would convict everybody, I think,
dreams, if you said to me, it'll be 4 years, November
except for Weasel Dooley.
1st, that I made the decision to go national with this career, okay? It took
All this has happened in 4 years.
less than 4 years. I'm going back to Carnegie Hall, the smaller hall, Wheel Hall, but Carnegie Hall.
Nevertheless,
It's
the name's the
Carnegie
same.
Hall. And if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, right? And
New York.
I forgot he squashed Tatanka too. Like, he didn't just beat him, he pinned him with one finger, and Tatanka was undefeated at the time. I completely forgot about that.
no, it's like a dream come true. I never in my wildest expected in 3 years to be
Russo.
going back to Carnegie Hall for my 3rd time. And last
He's
year, they're
retiring
celebrating their
from
100th
wrestling.
anniversary, which ends, I guess, probably in
had a
4
wee,
while
I'll
I'll
be
be
right
there. But they had started it when I was there last year. And I did a lot of selection. See, people think my show, once you've seen me, you've seen me. Well, that's not true, because I don't even know what I'm going to do. Until I get on stage, I read the audiences, and my orchestra gets so upset with me.
So it's not a set program where it's
No.
rehearsed from top to bottom.
No. There's guidelines and there's formats, mostly for costume changes, okay? But my conductor has become a standard joke now. When we go on the road, there are 3 musicians that come with me, my percussionist, my keyboardist, and my conductor, who is my first trumpet player. And we pick up musicians from different unions and, all over the country, and they get this program, and he'll say, now I have to warn you, that's just a formality.
She's been talking for 2 hours and you can't remember anything she said. See, to you guys, that's bad. I don't mind that, because that's how I listen to the struggle sessions. And it's just, to me, it's just almost like trance ASMR when somebody really gets into a yap tunnel. I can just completely dissociate. It's fantastic.
Don't even pay attention
Hey,
to
Dave
it. Just
Chen.
watch
You never
me.
know what you're going to come up with.
No, and I tell them, I tell all the orchestras it builds character. Working with me, you can work with me, you can work with anyone, right? But so when I went to Carnegie Hall, I was on stage and I did some of the popular, well-requested songs, and then I decided to salute some of the stars that appeared there. And I saluted, I did Judy Garland, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. I did New York, New York by Frank Sinatra. I did a lot of the famous people that have appeared there.
I don't really cross over with a lot of the other people that cover the people that I cover, because most of the other people that do what I do have a much different approach and vibe. So there's really not I'm kind of an outsider in this environment. I'm not in with the people, but then I'm not in with the people that are against them either.
In the course
I'm just here for the content.
of the years. And then I proceeded to announce that, I think I'm a star now, and I would like to do
You're 100% right, Ananjay. This is like a grandparent taking advantage of a captive grandchild audience.
personal tribute to Carnegie Hall. And I did the Stolop Polka. in Polish and English, which those that are Polish know. Stolat means
Are
good
you
luck.
are you the first one to play a polka in Carnegie Hall?
To salute them, yes. And I said, I guarantee that no one will salute Carnegie.
So you found Ava through HFF and then Thorpe through Ava. See, I kind of went in a reverse thing. I found Ava because of Grace, and then I found HFF because of Ava.
Hall with a Polish polka, and you know what?
She accused me of starting to cover Vegan Patriot, ripping her off, but she's never made any Vegan Patriot content. And she said that she told I can't remember who she told at the time, but she said that like I had stolen it off of her idea board on her Discord, but like I wasn't even in her Discord. But yeah, but I definitely found out about HFF through Ava, but I'm not really interested in the same like stories that Ava is with HFF. I want the yapping and the interpersonal dynamics.
They didn't. So
And I don't think they ever will.
No, they won't. And this has become a standard joke, even with the Carnegie Hall Corporation. When I spoke to them about my return engagement, I had to send them dates that I'd be available and, you know, a couple of dates to choose from. And one of them said to me, you know, Miss Lee, no one did salute us with a Polish polka, you know, so that was a little different.
Once again, they'll remember you forever.
I've made my mark at Carnegie Hall, and I figured, well, one of two things will happen after this. They either will say,
What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? I remember it from like Howard Stern, but is that just like a Jewish grandma? I can't remember offhand.
forget her. Carnegie Hall is supposed to be a very, very, you know, you would never be able to do this at Carnegie Hall 15, 20 years ago, you know. You had to be a very precise. Do you hear the dogs barking? Yes, this is live.
Who was who had the tattoo in was it one of the, remember Skull and 8 Ball, the Disciples of Apocalypse? What were their name? The Blue Brothers, the Bruise Brothers, something like that. Didn't one of them have a tattoo that caused some problems?
This is live.
This is
The
live.
dogs are barking from their music note-sided doghouse.
But 10, 15 years ago, you never did things like that and the foolish things that I do in the comedy and taking
Well, show business as a whole has changed.
Yeah, it has. It has. And you know, I'm very pleased to hear this. As you know, a lot of the greats have been dying or semi-retiring, and they're looking for new entertainers. And I wish I had $1 for every letter I get that say it's so refreshing to go to a show that's clean family entertainment
And one of a kind.
yes.
Wow. Look at her.
You know, a new upcoming entertainer. And that's a nice compliment, you know. It comes from all these nice buses that keep coming.
Dude, I bet she is in absolute heaven being able to just have an audience where this guy's not saying anything. If he's talking back, he's just praising her. Like, I bet she's just in heaven here.
You know?
That's right. Keep
I
those
love
buses.
to see
Keep
these
those
tour
buses coming.
Right. And every show I do, I try to go out there and count the buses, you know.
What was your most popular song at Carnegie Hall?
Well, I played New York, New York so many times all over the country that I swear that's one of the reasons I get to Carnegie Hall. Maybe it was wishful thinking every time I played it. So needless to
Randy.
say, you don't go to Carnegie Hall without playing New York, New York.
So it was, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? You practice New York, New York.
Yeah.
Man, these are some long interviews.
And not
though.
only practice, you practice New York, New York. You know that.
Well, that is kind of their theme song.
It
You think you
is.
could perform a little bit of that for us?
Oh, I'd love to.
We'll
Get Crack would be playing it at 4 times speed.
have to step into the house, but I'm ready for New York, New York.
I wonder if Lalo uses that new 4 times speed setting. I wonder if her cat ever gets up on the piano like that nylon fetish model from that clip I had. Also, you can't. I think she edited the video because we tried to watch the second clip after the cat got on the piano, but I think she edited it. But she took the loudest piss I've ever heard in my life. Like it was a pork chop fry piss. It was amazing. It scared the cat. She's an interviewer's dream. Yeah, if you interview like George, I feel like a lot of interviewers, though, want to be like, try to make the interview about showing off their interviewing skills when, like, a lot of the time less is more. But I agree. I mean, my thing would be I want to hear as much from the guest as possible. So I think the way George doing it is great, and she definitely loves it. George is probably happy just to be able to relax for a while.
Well, New York, Carolyn, you know, that sounded disgustingly wonderful.
Thank you. Boy, I always get nervous when people use those
you've never had
adjectives, you know?
Well, of course, I have my own way of expressing my opinion.
That's true, but you entered it the right word, so that's okay.
Disgustingly wonderful.
Yes, yes.
You know, during the cold winter months, what do you usually do? I notice you keep up your tan.
I know. People see my tan
Wow,
I have
George,
when you're
thanks
out,
for keeping
and they
this
say to
going,
me,
buddy.
"Oh, golly, gee, you must spend a lot of time in the sun. How do you find the time?" Wrong. You know. Actually, I just make sure I travel to the right places at the right time of year, and with a minimum of effort, I can maintain a tan.
So you do have a tour of Florida?
Oh, my entire video from yesterday got claimed because of the 30 seconds of music, sad music I played over Grace's haircut.
For the winter?
Yes, I'll be in Florida in January this year. It's my third time back to the Pompano Beach area. And we'll be there Friday, the 24th of 92, of course. And we're looking forward to returning there. And we hope to see some of these snowbirds maybe can catch us live.
Well, how can some of our viewers catch you live and in person? Where can they find out any information about the Polish princess?
Oh, George, I don't think any of your viewers could afford to see me.
Well, we have one
So much glitz.
number that if they remember carefully, it is an 800 number. 1-800-242-SHOW. What else?
What else? Well, we couldn't fit glitz into 4 letters.
I tried that. I did everything with the phone.
Richard Ramirez, I mean, it's inarguable that he has a lot of alts. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, he wouldn't deny that. Even Ben at points has pointed out how he's able to spot Richard Ramirez alts in the TV chat. But I don't know about the whole fake person thing. Everything else went through fine on the whole show. There was even a couple other songs throughout the show, and like there were no other problems. Just that. Well, yeah, the Gary Jules song is the one that got the video claimed.
Phone company to
But it doesn't affect visibility, so I don't really care.
try to get glitz in there, and there was
They can have the 9 cents it'll earn over the next decade.
just no way. So finally, I said, I had a list of all the things I wanted. I wanted, Carolyn. Or
Princess.
even Miss Lee, M-S-L-E-E. I did all those things. And
You mean Ms. Lee?
Ms. Lee,
Yeah,
yeah.
that sounds like there are bugs flying by.
And finally, I said, well, try show. And they called me back 2 days later. This poor operator, she was just ready to throw the towel. And she says, guess what, Miss Lee? Now we
It
felt
was
like
available.
we're related. Yeah, She said, I mentioned her first name. We're on a first name basis at this point. And she said, we can give you a show. So 1-800-242-SHOW.
Well, Carolyn, once again,
What
it's
is it?
been a
1-800?
unique
Hold
and
on, let me go
interesting
back.
pleasure being here poolside. Once again, it's been a unique and interesting pleasure being here poolside with the princess.
Well, thank you again. It's always a pleasure doing an interview with you. It's Just a lot of fun. But you know something? One thing I have to say, we laughed a lot.
Did I even rewind it at all?
We got locked out of the bathroom. I mean, all these little things. Don't you ever feel guilty? I say this on
Put the number in chat if you saw it. I'll
stage
call
a
it.
lot because we laugh so much, and of course, there's so much comedy that we don't plan. And I usually tell the people, it's a shame to have so much fun and still take the money, but I will.
But keep the dollars coming, keep those tour buses
Those tour
coming.
buses, keep them coming, you know. And but don't you ever feel guilty sometimes about laughing so much and taking the money?
Where else could you have twice as much fun for half the price?
That's true. Again, thank you for having me back again.
And thanks for being on, and we'll have to come back again.
Well, when we have an update of even something more unique.
Well,
How
in the
can I
career of the
outdo
princess,
this?
there are always updates.
Ric
How
Flair
can
hair,
I
baby.
outdo this? I mean, maybe a
Tommy Rich hair.
rhinestone roof next time or something, George. I don't know.
Oh, then
Come on, nobody got the number?
Landmark for the airplanes as
I'll
they
tell
fly
you what,
low.
we'll never miss the house.
Never.
Thanks again, Carolyn.
Okay, George, my pleasure.
See what I mean? Crazy lady. Who else would wear diamonds and sequins to sit poolside? By the way, Carolyn suggested I find something like this for band outfits. Well, I don't know, but we'll be right back with Reflection. Stick around.
Oh yeah, Reflections, baby. Can't wait.
When I first got my license, every time I left the house, my parents would say, "Remember to buckle up, dear." But I never did. Just didn't seem too cool. Besides, most of the time I was only going around the block. You know how parents are. Always telling you what to do.
Sometimes you want to hide and sometimes you want to create content or at least call in. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think it would be fun to go on panels and stuff, but I just think ultimately, like, it's probably not the best idea. And I don't like the panel atmosphere. I don't know. There's just something weird about it. I was on one with Grace and it was like fine and everything, but I don't know. It's just weird vibe being on a panel.
You know what? I wish I'd listened. I really do.
Well, we've got 70 more episodes, Ananjay. Well, 16 on you. Great.
Okay, we're back here at Sidewalk Days in Northampton, and here's something the princess would like: sneakers with diamonds. And now it's time for Reflection, performing Unchained Melody.
Oh, yeah. We've got Low T back on the... We need the other guy in there.
My darling, I'm good for your touch. Alone, lonely time. In time goes by so slowly. In time can
Yeah, the trad girl hair taking a dive. Pope Lonergan loves it.
do so much. How you
I think Ananjay, he just really liked doing this, and I think literally anything he could possibly get content from, he would. Plus, I think he really is into... He seems like he's legit into polka.
still
Man, he's bringing it.
I need your love.
Speaking of wanna smash.
I need your love. God, speed your love.
Sometimes you just think of what if. What if what? If you became like a Mr. Beast level YouTuber, or if you just became like if you had like your own channel.
Me. Lonely whistle to the sea, to the open
To distract us from the rest of the band.
arms of the
And the music and the singing.
Lonely side. Wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home. Wait for me. And whoa, my love, my darling, have hunger, hunger for your touch.
Well, I'm not saying this is true of Ember because I don't know, but I feel like when most people talk about wanting to be a YouTuber, like they want to be part of their idea of being a YouTuber is like that you're like at the very tip top where you're like making enough to have like a full-time like, you know, nice lifestyle funded by it. And that's like pretty rare, I would think. You don't hear a lot of people who are like, I just want to have like a tiny, who mean it. Lots of people say that, but I mean like who mean it.
Time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much.
Hey, Get Crack, if you're still in here, if you got like, I don't know, over, let's say 120K subs and your videos get like, what's a 72K video look like on, what do you think? Revenue wise. Young Hormaxer. I was just curious because if you look up the numbers, like I watch videos sometimes on, and it's usually people who are like, it's usually people who are explaining to their chat how they need to start subsidizing things more. But like I try to pay attention to like, and they also trend, like they get into the algorithm when people talk about how much I made, like, you know, how much they made in whatever time period. So I was just kind of curious because I saw a video of somebody who was like really complaining, and like 72K was like one of their lower views lately. So I don't know. I just feel like you'd be making, I feel like you'd be making a little bit of money at that point.
Well, that was Reflection. And what? Huh? We're done already? Good night, everybody.
Well, these episodes are flying by because of these great interviews with the Polish princess. I mean, they just, I can't, it feels like I feel like I just sat down to start the stream and we're 2 episodes in. There it is. Ken Kostek is in the band, I think. The Camp Kostek guy. Oh no, he's not in the band. I think you have to, Dave. Like when you're on it in a you're making content like this, I think you kind of got to do pretty much everything yourself. Okay, so Grok says $250 per video for a 100K sub channel with 50K average views per video. Okay, so that's not, I mean, depending on how often you made videos, that's not, you're not going to get rich, but like you could make a solid bag at that rate, I think. I mean, there are quite a few A-log channels that are just clip channels that get significantly like higher than that. So yeah, that's not too bad.
You know, Piggy, everybody's trying to save energy. What can we do?
Sorry. Primetime 29. Wow, Whoa, hold on, is this right? An entire episode dedicated to the Jimmy Sturr Band? We're heading into a new era of primetime, I think.
From anywhere we want to be, it's prime time with George Dorunda. Tonight, 5-time Grammy Award winner Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band. So get ready for the most entertaining show on television.
So we'll get like an interview and then a performance.
Hi, I'm George Dorunda, and welcome to Primetime. And before we go any further, I'd like to point something out, that in many areas, or markets as we call them in the industry, we are seen opposite many of the nighttime big money versions of various game shows. So I'd like to open up the show by saying $25,000! Or how about $50,000? No, we're not going to give it away. Heck, we're not even going to spend it. But I think the words themselves lend a certain excitement to the proceedings. So, hey, it doesn't cost anything. Let's be exciting. And speaking of excitement, my guest on the big program today is the best clarinet player in the country. No, he didn't get that way from practicing. He owns the biggest bus. And here he is to perform a selection from one of his Grammy Award-winning compact discs. It's Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band.
Oh my God. Oh wow, here we go.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the history of polka music, no band except one has received 2 gold records and 1 platinum record for its sales. And no band in the history of polka music except one has played multiple times in New York's Lincoln Center and Carnegie Hall. And there's only one band that's received the Grammy Award 5 years in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, America's #1 polka band.
He's not listed on the credits anymore? Oh, man. I wonder if that's why. Well, weren't you asking earlier, or somebody was asking why we weren't getting any shots of the singing and the entertainers? Mark was always doing the handheld camera work.
Jimmy Sturr and his orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, only one channel has a wrench in both Ruby Spacek and Thorpe TV. Actually, it's not a documentary, but I did watch a historical film. I'm getting ready to watch a historical film. It's called Dinosaur Valley Girls. Wait, I gotta... there we go. Yeah, Dinosaur Valley Girls. I don't know how accurate it is to prehistoric time, though, to be honest. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I have the VP wrench. I'm in the VP like insider Instagram chat, and it's like so funny because everybody else is like, all the other moderators are like really active, and I'm just the stoner guy that makes videos of VP vaping and eating.
Well, Jimmy, welcome to Prime Time.
George, good to be here.
It's a
Looking
pleasure to have
forward
you. Let's see, Stir in Sturbridge, is that appropriate?
I'm not sure whether I got my name from...
No way, guys. No way. So, we're talking to Jimmy Sturr in Sturbridge, which is the infamous police department. Oh my gosh, what a treat. What a crossover.
the city, or the city might have gotten the name from me. No, I'm not that
But the
old.
two namesakes come together.
Yeah.
Now let's see. It's 5 Grammys.
5 Grammys, yeah.
And also the biggest.
You know what's a really good historical porno movie is that Pirates. That like the production values on that are so good.
Is there any correlation between the biggest and best polka band having the biggest and best bus?
George, I don't really know. I've had a bus. This is about my 4th bus that I've had. We started out, I remember coming to the New England States and using my father's station wagon with a little trailer behind it. Then I got into a van and then a motorhome.
I will say this, Sturbridge, or no, wait a minute, it wasn't Sturbridge. They sent me some stuff, but not much. It was whatever police department was in charge of the hotel where they had like Ben told that person they'd be good at YouTube, and then it turned into a whole thing. That was the only police department in the area that actually cooperated with me. Everybody else stonewalled me, told me I had to come in person, told me I had to like send them my driver's license.
Home, and then I started on the buses.
And you've worked your way up.
Yeah. This bus is in particular quite nice. You know, it's got all the luxuries, television and videos and running water and everything. I bought it. I've had it about.
They certainly won't be able to afford to bring in Jimmy Sturr after the lawsuit. The pirate movie from the 80s? No, I think it's from the 90s. It's got like an all-star cast in it. Hold on.
A little over a year, and it's I bought it from Kenny Rogers.
Oh, this was once owned by the great Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
And passed down from celebrity to
You think when the
celebrity.
next guy buys this, they wouldn't say that it was
Wow,
owned one
look at
time by the
this
great
shit.
Jimmy Sturr. They
Damn.
wouldn't say that.
I don't know why not. Depends who buys the bus.
Maybe, yeah.
Or are you going to sell it back to Kenny Rogers?
I might sell it back to Kenny. No, I don't think he'd mind.
Maybe Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
It'll be more in his price range.
You know what's nice, George? On the
Wow,
bus,
what a-
in
what
the
a
front of the
statement.
buses where you get your name in the front, you know, they all turn. And on this, of course, is Kenny Rogers, but there's also a couple other names that used the bus when Kenny wasn't using it. Willie Nelson's name is on it. The name Sally Rose is on it. And
Why is he needs to be talking about himself and his band, not putting over who's been fucking in there before he got it. Get moving on, Jimmy.
And that's a nickname for Emmylou Harris. So she also used it. And a rock group called Journey used to use it. So,
Okay, here I wrote a plot synopsis for it in 2019. In a world filled with bloodthirsty pirates, none are as ruthless as Captain Victor Stagnetti, played by Tommy Gunn, who's now a completely off-the-rails dude on Twitter, by the way, who sails the high seas in search of powerful relics to grow his cutthroat legend. At his side is Serena, played by Janine, right, porn legend, a vicious and seductive pirate in her own right. They're looking for a fabled scepter of power, and they're also going up against Captain Edward Reynolds, played by Evan Stone. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty, I said I have there's a lot of offensive things in here. Lesbian threesome, girl on girl. Yeah, so it's pretty legendary.
bus got its use.
It got its mileage.
Yeah, got it.
And
Maybe the best production values of like that era, the stuff from the 70s and 80s was better, but that's a pretty good movie.
just pick a name and sell it back.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, it's a porno.
Time in the
You know,
future.
sometimes we often laugh. You know, you'd be going along and all these truckers, especially when we're out in the Midwest and stuff, they'll start trying to talk to us on the CB, and they'll say, "Gee, who you got in that bus?" Well, what we do is, you know, because I've never heard of the Jimmy Sturr Band, we'll just turn that thing and
Well,
we'll say
you
Willie
can't be
Nelson.
so sure.
We'll say Willie Nelson. Oh man, let me talk to him. You know, and of course he's not really in the bus, but
Well, he's
bus
flying
driver-
from town.
But it's like an actual movie. It's not like most porn now where it's just like a scene. Like it's an entire feature-length movie with like pirate ships and swashbuckling and sword fighting and there's like supernatural skeletons, but then there's also like a lot of fucking too.
To town.
No, believe it or not,
What's up, Mindful
he in
Exposure?
particular always buses it. A lot of the other guys, that's why Kenny got rid of his bus because, you know, he does all flying now.
And you're originally from the Springfield area.
Well, not really. My mother's originally from this area, Springfield area. My dad is from the town I live in, Florida, New York. And the way everybody connects it, of course, my mother here, my dad was a pilot in the Air Force, and he was overseas, and my mother, when it was time to have little Jimmy, came back to Springfield. So I was born in Mercy Hospital, but actually I've never really lived here.
You've never lived in
Well, maybe
Springfield.
It's called Pirates. It's back when Vivid was like at its like pretty much peak. It has like all their main contracted players at the time, but they really sunk a lot of money into it.
A couple of days, those first few days of life.
Well, it could still qualify you.
Yeah.
It was a really high budget movie for a porno.
But I live in a little town in upstate New York, right outside of West Point, and it's got about 1,700 people. In fact, I've lived there all my life, in the same house, in the same room, still at home with my parents, and I enjoy it. It's a very small town, yet it's close to everything. It's 70 miles from New York. There's a lot of interstates that are in the area, so it's a nice area to live in.
And what does a 5-time Grammy winner do in his spare time?
Well, 5-time Grammy winner, there should be no spare time. But if I do get any, I do a lot. I like to. I do a lot of sports. I have other businesses that I try to run when I'm off the road. You know, we have a record company that such names as like the Krieger Band and Chet Dragon, who is in the Massachusetts area, Bobby Vinton, Myron Florin, all record.
You think Jimmy ever swapped wives with Chet Dragon?
And we own that, and the offices are back in Florida, New York.
And you also have several video productions on the market?
Yeah, we have, what do we have, 4?
Man, Randy, back in the day, back in the 70s and the 80s, oh man, like real films, like real movies, like that you'd go to a theater and like a normal theater, well, not a normal, but like an actual theater to watch the movies and everything. In my opinion, the best one of all time is, and it has the greatest name of all time, is the opening of Misty Beethoven. I think that's the best adult movie ever made.
4, I think. 3.
Although Bat Pussy is like the best boy porn ever made.
4. God, I can't remember. The first one we did, Polka Time USA. Then we did another one, Polka Magic, When It's Polka Time at Your House. Then we did a very interesting one. It's a 2-hour video, and it was filmed in our hometown about 2 years ago, and it's called the Onion Harvest Festival. Just a little background on that. Florida, New York is the onion capital of the world. We grow about 30% of the world's onions. And it only happens every 5 years, this Onion Festival. And there's about 300 people that are involved in it. And they're little children from 4 years old right up to the older people in their 80s. They all participate in this Orange County Onion Harvest Festival. And what it is are all the traditional dances, plus the chorus and the music. And it's a 2-day event. And last year, each day, they had between 35 and 40,000 people. So it was quite an event, but it only happens every 5 years.
Well, as Chicopee is famous for its Kielbasa Festival.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite jobs. I mean, I enjoy it. The people are nice, and there's always huge crowds, and we play it every September. And I enjoy playing it. I really do. It's fun, and it's exciting. It's always a good time.
Do you find people are more responsive around your hometown or when you go out on the road?
Well, it's funny you asked that, George. When I was growing up, of course, I had all my idols, the Connecticut Twins, Gene Wisniewski, Frank Wojnarowski, Ray Henry, just all of the big bands, and I always enjoyed them. And I just caught sort of the tail end of their era. And I used to talk to them, and people like the Connecticut Twins would say, there's bigger crowds, and they used to draw big crowds wherever they went, except...
Randy, it's the fall of the Gooner. Gooners needed a whole movie. You couldn't just watch one scene in Goon. You had to have like a whole movie. Nowadays, the Gooner population is, in heavy decline. Everybody just wants like one scene, no lead in, no story, just jump in and do the same thing like this. It's, that's what happens when your Gooner population dips. You're bound to see adult entertainment take a nosedive.
Except right in their little area. And I think that was true with all the bands. Al Soika used to tell me the same thing. He'd go out on the road and he'd get huge crowds. I'm sort of lucky because when I play in my area, we draw just tremendous crowds. But probably the reason is because I really don't get to play around my area that much. I probably play maybe 3 times a year, and most of them are like in a concert in a local concert hall where we're there with our whole orchestra.
I mean, it's also just honestly our country pulling, like, at least we're in the United States, the reason we don't, I think a lot of that stuff around porn is because we pulled so conservative these last few decades. But like, it used to be something that like you would go to a regular theater and like people would get dressed up and go and you just watch an adult movie. Like, I think even nowadays it would be frowned upon if you went to the theater to see like a Russ Meyer type movie. You know what I mean? People try to shame like Sydney Sweeney. Like, I can't even imagine what these prudes would have thought of like real like boundary pushing movies.
Orchestra and dancers and singers.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Like the Poison Ivy movie archetype, like the erotic thriller, I think is being pushed out because you have like, on one side, conservative people who don't want that type of movie at all. And then now, for some reason, like a lot of young people who, like, regardless of their politics, are like, we don't want unnecessary sex scenes in a movie, which tells me that they don't give a shit about the art. They want art created for them. They don't want to go out and discover art and find art. They want art that's like tailored to like exactly what they want to see. So you have like 2 very different disparate forces, but each of which has like a lot of economic, power, disposable income. And so it's like, nudity and sleaze is really under fire.
And things like that. And we always sell it out.
I noticed on your record albums, most of your records are mixed in Nashville.
Never been into it.
I enjoy Nashville. Nashville is, they just got their
I'm just into them the same way I'm into, like, you know, Charles Bronson movies or old comedies, whatever. I mean, to me, it's just another genre of movie and art.
Something about that city musically you just cannot capture anywhere else. I do the band. I actually record that in New York City. Then I take the tracks, the master tapes, and I take those to Nashville. And I had our good friends, the Jordanaires, and I'll mix it down there. But there's just something about the sound you get in that studio. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of excitement. People walk in, walk out, and you'd be surprised how many people in the country field are Polish. And they'll come in when they hear we're recording. They'll come in and they enjoy the polkas. The one that sticks in my mind is Marty Robbins. Now, who would think Marty Robbins is Polish, but his real name was Rubinski, and he's half Indian and half Polish. And he used to come in. Wow. His office was right next door to the studio that we used. In fact, it was owned by Porter Wagner, who also enjoys the polka music. And there's several others, and they'll just come in, and they really enjoy the polka music.
Is there any other music similar to polka music?
Yeah, you know, it's a coincidence you say that. Just recently, we've tied. I enjoy Cajun music. It's got that flair towards the polka music, and of course Cajun music all comes from Louisiana, down around Lafayette. And about a year and a half ago, the band played in New Orleans and Lafayette, Louisiana, right in the heart of this Cajun. And a lot of the people say, come on, we're going to take you to a Cajun party. And we went to this party, and I mean, it was just like a polka party. The music is so similar. They have the accordion, they have, of course, the fiddle, and they have the drums, and just similar. But the beat is very close to the polka. So last year we tried near our area what we call the Cajun Polka Fest, and the crowds were fantastic. We thought, well, we're going to try this again, and we did it again last year, and it was the same amount of people. So this past year, this past June, in fact, we had a 2-day Cajun festival, and it was just exciting. And a lot of polka people love the Cajun music, and a lot of the Cajun people love the polka music. So it was quite a good blend.
Well, I noticed you have a fiddle in your group. Do you kind of pattern certain styles after Cajun music?
Well, I tend to think, and maybe somebody doesn't agree with me, but I tend to think that most of the bands, or a lot of the bands in the polka field anymore, sort of sound alike. And they play the same songs. Until they start singing, you really can't tell a difference between the bands. And I wanted to think of something that was going to make me different from all of these other bands. So whether they liked it or not, when they heard it on the radio, or when they come to hear the band in person, they hear that music of the Jimmy Sturr Band, and they know it's a Jimmy Sturr Band.
You want to have your own unique sound.
Right, and I think a fiddle is part of my sound. I feature the fiddle quite a lot. He's a great fiddler. And then I feature the band a lot. Not only on polkas, but we do rock, we'll do American. We're on the road a lot with Bobby Vitt. We're on a lot with Myron Flora. So the band can do just about anything. In fact, we're coming to your area in December 8th. We'll be at Symphony Hall in Springfield. It'll be our whole Christmas show. And it's about 100 people in the cast, including not only the band, but also Myron Flora.
And what kind of music do you like to listen to when you're not playing polkas?
Well, I really enjoy the polkas. If I'm in the bus traveling someplace, I'll always ask, see if we can find some polkas on the radio. And if we can, I tend to go towards country. I rather listen to country than I like big band. I like almost all types of music. I'm not fond of heavy metal, but I can accept any type of music except that.
As long as it's done well.
As long as it's done well. That's the answer.
And getting to the Grammys, what was your first record album that won a Grammy?
Oh, you're going back too far for me, George. Let me think. I remember Warsaw.
It's 5 consecutive years, correct?
Yeah, 5 consecutive years. We're right now in the top 10 all-time Grammy Awards consecutive list. Aretha Franklin is ahead of us. Henry Mancini, I think, has 6. And there's a couple others. But our first one was I Remember Warsaw. I think that was back in, 86? I think it was 86. And we did the next one was a polka just for me. And then we went to Born to Polka. Which one? I'm missing one. Oh, All of My Love for You, and then this past year for When It's Polka Time at Your House. Now we have a new one that was just released several months ago, and it's called Live at Gillies. We played down at Gillies in Houston, Texas, and it was a huge nightclub, and we recorded a live album there, and that just came out on the market.
Would you prefer recording live to recording in the studio? Don't you get that live feel?
Yeah, we do. I still prefer. I think I prefer in the studio because, of course, when you're live, if you make a mistake, that mistake is there for the rest of your life. You can't change that little devil.
And tell the primetime viewers, is this next one going to be Grammy number 6?
It's hard to say, George. I have to say it's a great album. It's probably, in fact, people say that it's probably the best album that we've ever done. There's about 15 tunes on it. Not only polkas, there's a couple big band, there's a couple country things. So, you just can't tell. You really can't.
And if you could make any one change in the polka business, what would it be?
To have my own national television show. That would be my only change. I would like to have a polka show. And if I couldn't be the host of it, I wish somebody else could get it. And I think that would really help promote the polka music.
Do you think it'll ever happen?
Well, we have a television show that's just starting to air on a new network out of out of Dallas, Texas. It'll be on national. You have to have a dish to be able to get it. And I think it's going to start airing on Thursday nights. I think it's like 8:30 at night or something like that. But it's a half-hour show. We filmed it already. And we have special guests every week. Speaking of enjoying country, we have like a Mel Tillis, we have Billy Joe Royal, Jerry Lee Lewis, who else? The Kendalls, Bill Anderson. Plus we have the Polish dancers on there. We feature the band. It's quite an
Hormaxer is going to start doing OF.
exciting half-hour show. There's a lot packed right into the 30 minutes.
A virtual carnival of entertainment.
I'll tell you something that I was interested in. I'm really excited about. Just recently, we thought we did a Christmas album which is coming out for this holiday season, and on it was a tune called Trumpeter's Prayer. And we have a guy in the band who's a great trumpet player. His name is Eric Parks, and we did this song. And it really came out great. And we thought, well, let's try it on its own. So we went and released it as a single cassette. And it's called Trumpeter's Prayer. And we're really fortunate that a lot of the pop stations around the whole country are starting to play it. And we're getting a lot of feedback. And most of the best part don't even know we're a polka band. We don't want to tell them that because if we say that to them, they're liable to say, well, we don't play polkas. So we just let it go. In fact, several of the stations in the Springfield area are playing it.
Do you find certain radio stations or broadcasters shy away from your group because you're a polka band?
You mean
even though you can
mean
play
a middle
all
of the road
styles?
station or
A middle of the road station.
Yeah, they do. They don't like to hear the word polka. I think it's stereotyped. They don't realize how good the musicians really are. Not only in my band. I'm talking about a lot of the other polka bands. They've got some great musicians. In fact, some of the bands of old had fantastic musicians. But it's just they always think that word polka, and I think
I screenshotted it so I won't forget in the weed haze.
they just think the wrong way. They might picture the old fat tuba player or the old pop bands, and
The old 78 records.
Right. And it's hard to get away from that.
Well, of course, you have CDs, and there aren't too many polka groups that have CDs on the market.
Well, I think there's a good reason for it. We've got 2 out, and there's other bands that have several out. Probably the polka field has always been several years behind the rock field. Now, of course, the first ones to put something out is rock. The next one's a country, and we're always third. We're probably tied with jazz. But up until just recently, in the polka field, they're still selling 8-tracks. And really, they're still selling albums. Not as many as cassettes. Up until probably 6 or 7 months ago, it was probably like 60% cassette and 40% album. Now it's gone to maybe 80-20, something of that nature. But the CDs are always behind. But I think you can see it where they're starting to ask for CDs a lot more.
And what are the future plans for Jimmy Sturr?
Well, I just want to keep plugging for things like the national television show. We just are on the road a lot. Maybe win another Grammy or 2.
Then you need a bigger bus to carry all those Grammys around.
Yeah, that's true. I don't want to win that many. My main thing is I'd love to have my own television show nationally. Either a national cable or something national.
know, and here you are
He does have kind of an Ed Powers vibe, and Ed Powers did really well.
on Prime Time.
Prime time.
Jimmy,
George, my pleasure.
it's been fun.
I've heard a lot about you, and all good, I might add. And
Who we've been talking to.
yeah, oh, I can't tell you that. But no, it's a pleasure to be here and an honor to be on the show.
Hey, and you're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
How do you like that, folks? Week after week after week, top quality entertainment for
Zero
you,
sum
the home
game.
viewers. Hey, we'll be right back with Willard and the weather.
We pledged our allegiance to it when we were young. We studied its importance when we were in our teens. We sing its praises at every sporting event. We display it when we celebrate, lower it when we mourn, and honor our heroes with it when they've fallen. It stands for what we are and what we believe in. How we treat it says a lot about us.
Yes, folks, we've assembled another fine American television program for you here tonight. And hey, you know, this wireless microphone, it does add, no pun intended, a new dimension to prime time. And hey, are we ready? Yes, it's the Jimmy Sturr Band performing Hey, Pretty Girl.
Everyone you're looking at there is a 5-time Grammy winner.
Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you?
Yeah, for every one guy that's trying to reach out and grab that national TV deal, there's 100 Boit polka people just trying to get booked at the local Knights of Columbus Hall.
Dance with me. Can't you see how happy I would be? One time around the floor, then maybe we'll dance once more. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? One time around the floor, then maybe we'll dance once more. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? I've been standing here the whole night through. I can't take my eyes up on you. Please don't let me stand, let me take you by the hand. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? Please don't let me stand, let me take you by the hand. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? Hey, woo-hoo!
I mean, one minute you think you're getting your big break, the next you're spreading Mary Lou Dragon's cheeks just trying to get a gig. Look at that guy go.
Hey, pretty girl, oh,
my
please
God.
don't make me wait.
18.
Let's start dancing before it gets too late. The band is playing our favorite song. Come on, sweetheart, dance along. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? The band is playing our favorite song. Come on, sweetheart, dance along. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? Now we're swaying to this happy beat. I'm with my pretty girl, she is very sweet. Singing, dancing, soon we'll be romancing. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you marry me? Singing, dancing, soon we'll be romancing. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you marry me? Hey, woo-hoo!
How old is Princess? Mid-30s? No YouTube channel has done more for polka than me. and maybe Abraham Lincoln. So Prawn is probably then, like, he'd be one of the elder, that puts him at the same age range as like VP. So when a lot of people start to maybe move out of it, he has kind of a youthful presence though.
Yes, Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band. And what better way to close out the big program than with Eric Parks and his rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. Hey, we've got to go, folks. We've had too much fun. Good night, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the luckiest people in the world because we do live in the greatest country in the world. But I'll never understand why
What do you think? Should I replicate the look?
anybody would want to burn the flag of the
Can you imagine going to a polka show and the guy's talking about fucking burning the flag?
United States of America.
Like, this is a multi-Grammy award-winning group. That just blows my mind. I don't have anything against him. I just don't understand the content. Like, it's not that I can't even get to the point to evaluate it because I don't understand what I'm seeing. I feel like I have really good energy for the summer if I'm allowed to get on a hot mic somewhere. I feel like if I can get on a hot mic at one of these events we're gonna go to, I can make some good keynote. I'm gonna be in full promo mode all summer long. The guy whose name is on the band that doesn't do anything in the band, though, is making sure that he's got to come out and get his accolades. I saw that ATF media. I was like, man, a 5-time Grammy Award winner performing in a place as nasty as this place. No offense, Sturbridge. You know what? Fuck it, all offense. Fuck Sturbridge. Okay, hang on. I gotta mute it because it's illegal to broadcast the call here. Okay, so I called the number, and it doesn't, as far as I can tell, lead to any kind of polka stuff, but it does lead you to like some kind of one of those scams where they try to get you to like get into Medicare Advantage or sell you some kind of like health device of some kind. So I don't know if it's connected to Jimmy Sturr or not. By the way, episode 30 is next.
Before they take me away, please ask them to play a polka just for me. Before they throw away.
Oh wow, he's making up for the Jimmy Sturr episode. Entertainer City Stage, Vermont. Oh, we're going back to Vermont cheese. Bungee, sheep. Oh, and back to the Big E. Oh man. Buckle up, guys. Going all out for episode 30. I know, it's really depressing to me. I try not to think about George Dorunda or the show at all when I'm not watching it. That way I keep I can really be present for every moment during the show. I'm really dreading the end. It's going to be a real problem. It might be the end of the stream. I may just get rid of my channel.
Big E, the Eastern States Exposition. It's prime time with George Dorunda. Tonight, Vermont cheese expert Howard Allen, bungee divers Tim Gardner and Mike Lefevre, sheep shearer Aurora York,
Sheep shearer?
that great band Center Stage,
Oh my
and
gosh,
the
sheep
entertainers. So get ready for the most entertaining show on television. Hi, I'm George Dorunda, and welcome to Primetime. And I don't know if you just woke up and the TV was left on from earlier in the day, or if you actually circled your TV guide and by pre-selection chose us for your primetime viewing. But you could not have come upon a better half hour of television than the one we've put together for you here today on Primetime. And let's start off the big show. It's the entertainers and Runaround Sue.
Here's my story, it's sad but true, about a girl that I once knew. She took my love and ran around with every single guy in town. Well, hey, hey, wha-ba-da-ba-da, hey, hey, wha-ba-da-ba-da, hey, hey, wha-ba-da-ba-da, hey. I should have known it from the very start. This girl would leave me with a broken heart. Well, ask any fool, but
Do you want me to talk to one of the people, one of the deli workers, and see if they can help me understand why there's no cheese experts anymore? They don't exist. I wish someone had told me 20 years ago that cheese experts don't exist. He has been self-deprecating. It's kind of interesting. I feel like it's a different tone since a few episodes ago. I feel the same way about Memphis wrestling, to be honest. Ever since they've started doing all those arena show clips, I feel like it's just the vibe is off.
away from Runaround Sue, I miss the messenger smile on my face, the touch of her hand to this girl's warm embrace. So if you don't want to cry like I do, I keep away from Runaround Sue. Well, hey, hey, wha-ba-da-ba-da, hey, na-na-na, wha-ba-da-ba-da, hey, hey, wha-ba-da-ba-da, hey. Well, she like to travel around, yeah, she loves to make food and down. Well, people like Hoochie Wise, well, she goes out with other guys, she's the more of a soul.
Cheese Master? Wow.
From a guy who knows I fell in love with my
Well, that doesn't disprove it. it just says that they're looking for one too. Maybe that's the problem. They can't find one. I guess though at a certain point it's just who knows the most. Like it doesn't matter if you're at the level of a 1987 cheese expert. If you know the most about cheese in 2025, then you're the cheese master, I guess.
Love still grows. Well, ask any who what he would do. Keep away from run around soon. Well, hey, hey, what,
Hey, ba-ba-da-da, hey, hey, ba-ba-da-da. Yeah, and I mean the style of wrestling is different too because they put on like the matches are longer and it's a different pace. I just feel like the show was like so snappy and like I don't mind the arena footage. I just wish it wasn't like so many. I hope that we turn a corner soon into like more get some new storylines going and shit. Going through a divorce. I just think George's singing style is so cool. It's like so chill. Like it's some of the most chill singing ever.
She loves a man you wouldn't die. Well, people like to put you wise. Well, still goes on with other guys. Here's some more of the story from a guy who knows. I've been in love with my love.
South to west, you know what though? If you put in a little effort and you have a girl over and like you know a little bit about cheese, I think that'll really help you get the box. Like if you know how to pair a cheese with like a snack or a wine, I think that'll really help get the box open.
Love Stu Rose. Well, ask any who what he would do. I keep away from run around Sue. Well, hey, hey, what, ba-da-ba-da, hey, na-na-na-na, what, ba-da-ba-da, hey, hey, what, ba-da-ba-da, hey.
George as a musician is just so wholesome. It's like it's just peak wholesomeness.
Well, hey, hey, what, ba-da-ba-da, hey, na-na-na-na, what, ba-da-ba-da, hey, hey, what, ba-da-ba-da, hey.
What if we do a live stream of just lying to people about cheese? Real
Yes,
cheese
that was the
master
entertainers
watch
and
pirates.
Run Around Sue. And still to come on the big program, we have bungee divers, sheep shearing, that great band center stage. And when we return, we'll have Vermont cheese expert Howard Allen. Hey, I think I'll get a nice Beach Boys hat. Yes, we're here at the Biggie. The shows just keep getting better. Stick around.
Did you ever hear the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? There was this fellow who experimented by taking dangerous chemicals into his system.
Oh, you know what? I bet you this summer when we go to the farmers markets, there will definitely be some like hipsters selling cheese that we can talk to.
Perilous venture caused him to change into something horrible and frightening. He became a creature even his own mother couldn't recognize. Don't wait until a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde shows up in your house. Get help now from the people at Habilitat, a place of change.
Yes, here at the Biggie, you can find almost anything. I think I found myself a new hat. Is it me? Well, my next guest on the big program has been with us before here on Primetime. It's a pleasure to welcome back Vermont cheese expert Howard Allen. Yes, we're here at the Biggie, and my next guest has returned to the big program. It's Howard Allen. Howard, welcome back to Primetime.
Okay, I called the number for the thing, I called the number for the. I can't broadcast the phone calls. It's illegal. Second two-party consent state. But I called the number, and now it's some kind of a Mexican building company.
Well, thank you very much. I'm always pleased to be on primetime.
Now, I have a question for you. The last time you were on a year ago, this cheese that we're going to sample today was already being made?
Oh, it was already made. The cheese we're selling this year was made in June 1920, June 20th, June 20th, 1990.
Now, you're celebrating your 40th year here at the Big E.
The cheese booth was started 40 years ago. It's when the officials in the state of Vermont decided it'd be a good idea to promote Vermont cheese at the eastern states.
We don't have any cheese left over that's for...
Ember, if these guys wanted to be nice to women, I mean, they would have done it by now. Nice guys don't exist.
40 years old, do we?
Well, I hope not. No, the cheese we have is 15 months old, and we found it over the years that suits the taste of most people.
And you're celebrating your 40th year here?
No, this is my 33rd year.
Your 33rd year. Well, you've been here for a good portion of those
Only south to west is the true gentleman.
40 years.
Yeah, long enough to know how it operates now.
I think you have the situation under control.
Well, you never have it all under control, but our purpose here is to promote Vermont cheese, to make people, as I say, they can take home part of the eastern states and enjoy it after they get home. This is food they can carry home and eat after they get home.
And in 40 years, has the procedure of making cheese changed?
Well, not really the procedure. I would say that they've upgraded
82?
it with quality. Wow. The milk is of better quality. The refrigeration is better. So probably, without a doubt, the cheese we have today is the best they've ever put out.
And of course, we don't have any additives or any of those things that you find in those supermarket cheeses.
Well, there is salt added.
Well, that's not like those chemicals that you can't even pronounce the names to.
Well, they can still sell it. It's all natural because salt is a natural product.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We can pronounce the name of salt,
yeah,
and we can even spell it.
Yeah. No, there's no modern sodium glutamate or whatever they call it like that in there.
No. Sodium by whatever they are.
No, there's no preservative in this cheese except the salt.
Who, me? I don't know. I mean, I can't really self-reflect like that.
So, Howard, do we have any samples here?
Oh, sure.
After all, I'm a food expert.
I forget constantly that people people perceive me.
I don't know if you know that or not.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Hey, you'll have to get your own show someday. We visited the International Dessert Festival, and I must say, I was forced to sample 47 desserts in one day.
Well, you're very fortunate to do that.
So I do know quality food.
Well, we'll let you sample some of this cheese right
here. And once I put my stamp of approval on it, I'm sure you'll sell millions. By the way, how many pounds of cheese do you sell here at the Big E in an average 12-day run?
Well, we try to get to 20,000 pounds, and we've been over it a few times. But if we can average 20,000, I'm happy with that.
That certainly is a lot of cheese. And how much cheese is sold worldwide that is Vermont cheese?
Well, we have at the fair this year in honor of our 40th year. We have here, there are little souvenir bookmarks that gives out the facts on the Vermont cheese and how much is made up there.
Well, unfortunately, China just announced reciprocal tariffs on all Vermont cheese of 40%. So,
and how much is sold. Now, these statistics we got from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and I guess I can read one off here. Produced 122,793,000 pounds of cheese in 1990. Jesus. So it's 120 million pounds of cheese.
Certainly plenty of cheese worldwide.
Well, it distributed all.
Why does George keep coughing and trying to get? Is he worried that we're gonna find out that the footage isn't chronologically where he wants us to think it is?
All across the country now, because Vermont does carry a name of quality cheese. Not that they produce the most, because there's more cheese made in New York, in Wisconsin, and there is here. But we do have a quality product, we feel.
Right. Isn't Vermont cheese positively the best?
Well, of course, that's a biased point of view, but we think so.
Well, I'll have to be the judge of that because I am.
Should I gnaw right into that one?
Should I gnaw right into this one? I think so. Here we go. We're gonna gnaw right into this.
And now we're hearing it from an expert. He just said that he sampled 42 desserts or something in one day. So if this guy gives his approval, we'll know we're there.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
actually creamy, nice soft, and that little bit of a tang on the tongue.
That comes from the age, and that's why we insist here that we have cheese over a year old to sell. That tang comes from the aging of the cheese.
And you've narrowed it down that 15 months is perfect.
Well, there's a lot of cheese made in June, and I won't say some people.
Do you guys remember, speaking of the Warner Brothers copyright strike, do you remember when we watched Superstar USA, that show where they convinced the terrible singers that they were good singers? That's been up for like, I don't know, 10 or 11 months now. And Warner Brothers just now hit it for copyright, like all these months later. It doesn't affect visibility, or it doesn't. Well, I think they probably forced monetized it, but at least it's visible. But I just think it's weird it took that long.
People might want it a little older, a little sharper, if they will, if that's the right word. But while we're dealing with everybody, let's say the public here, we found that 15 months suits more people.
Because the longer you age it, the more bitter it will get.
Well, I won't say you're.
That's what I'm hoping for at the farmers market, is that they'll have free samples, and if not, that I can test my social skills of getting free samples. I want the people to eat the food with me, and my goal is to be able to find a place where I can sit down and eat a melon right there, and I want them to cut the melon for me and everything, like they do in Afghanistan.
Use the word bitter. We don't use that in the food business.
How would you describe it as a cheese expert?
Well, it would be a little sting, a little more sting to it on your tongue.
But this has just that right amount of tang on the tongue.
Well, the tang you referred to, we feel that 15
This has just the right amount of tang on the tongue.
months is very good.
Yeah, it gives it that little zap.
Yes, and now you'll take some people who maybe smoke a pipe all day or with cigars. They'd rather maybe have 2 years. But there again, if we're dealing with the whole public here, they might say we don't want to use the word bitter. We'll say too strong.
Well, Howard, thanks for being here on Prime Time. You're a guest that's always welcome back.
Well, thank you very much for stopping by.
And like I said, just that little tang on the tongue.
Little tang on the tongue. That's what Spicoli wants.
Yes, Vermont cheese. Have a couple of pounds a day and you could be just like me.
I
Hey,
like
we're
this.
here with this furniture. You can shape it any way you want. I think it's called Two Shot 2. And when we return, we're going to be bungee diving. Stick around.
Now, see, there you go. There's a social skill check. Can you convince the guy, the carny that's running this thing, to let you monkey with the game on camera? A lot of people would say no.
Strong. To win, you've got to be smart. Maybe you can be one of us, the few, the proud, the Marines.
Bungee diving. That's what they used to call it, Cody Turbo.
Yes, my next guests on a big program are crazy. They're
Bungee
totally
jump,
nuts.
bungee
Yes,
dive.
they're bungee divers, Tim Gardner and Mike Lefevre. Yes, kids, we're here with Mike and Tim, one pro bungee jumper. But first, I have to caution the kids at home, if you should have access to your own 80-ton crane, don't try this at home. Mike.
Yes, George.
How long have you been bungee jumping?
I've been bungee jumping approximately 2.5 years.
And is it different from high diving?
They just sold that sword at auction, that marine sword. I was reading about that online.
Oh, it's a lot different. You don't get wet. You have a longer free fall, and it's more
You don't get
exciting.
wet.
A little more exciting, yeah.
What's fun about that?
What takes more training?
Well, I guess the high diving would take a little bit more training, but I have been a professional high diver for approximately 6 years, and this is just a natural progression for me to go from high diving to bungee. But I mean, they have.
Yeah, that's from the same campaign.
Bungee parks, and anyone can bungee jump, but when it comes to the tricks that we do, I wouldn't advise anyone unless you're a professional to.
And most of the parks won't take you up 125 feet.
Not too many parks will do that.
And obviously, you don't need a whole lot of training because you just kidnapped Tim here a couple of days ago.
Well, Tim has been a gymnast for several years, and we use only gymnasts and divers in our shows. But we only do 3 jumps per show, and we have 4 guys. So this is an excellent opportunity to train a guy in and have him do the show at the same time, because it's much easier when you have 4 people. We need someone to hold the static line, measuring line, do music. So it's a lot easier with 4 people, although we only actually have 3 jumpers. So yes, he is learning right here, but.
And Tim, up to this point, what was your highest dive?
The highest dive up till yesterday was off the high dive at the local swimming pool.
About 8.5 feet.
Yeah, about that, yeah. So I've gone up about 100 feet.
And your first dive was yesterday?
Yesterday afternoon, yeah.
And you had 2 dives?
Yep.
And today you're doing shows?
Yeah, I'm a fast learner. I'm a natural.
or are you just plain crazy?
Well, I could work on that. The rest of these guys are.
Where's my cool sword?
Well, there has to be a certain level of insanity. Wouldn't you agree to 125 feet?
But that's part of the show. We need someone to be scared, so we try to get a rookie every time if we can, because it's so much more natural when the guy actually is scared. You know, we've been doing this for a long time.
Does he look like he's scared?
He did when I saw him jump. I thought his eyeballs were about 5 inches wide.
I mean, were you hanging on to the bars up there for dear life?
Very tightly, very tightly.
Hanging on to something else.
And what did you first feel when you first let go, that first time?
Actually, I can't remember a thing between being in the cage and landing.
Natural Carney, he looks like one.
The side of my face was bulging out like this.
And when you got to the top, you told me you actually could see the city of Springfield. You didn't even know there was a city over there.
I didn't know it was there, and he told me not to look down, so I was looking around, and I saw a city I didn't even know was there.
Quite a sight. Well, hopefully you'll be around to continue bungee jumping.
I hope so.
For the rest of the fair?
At least that.
You think they're going to make Cabana Man Dan peel potatoes?
That long.
Is it something you want to further your career in?
Well, for right now, I'd like to live long enough to get back to Minnesota, and then we'll see from there.
We'll take the career one step at a time. Well, Tim, thanks for being here. Mike.
Thank you, George.
And you're welcome back anytime, as long as you survive the high jump.
All right, catch you on the rebound.
You're
Absolutely.
not welcome back
Now, if
you're
you'd like to
dead.
become a professional bungee diver, just call Mike. No experience necessary. Hey, we found something else unusual here at the Biggie. This is art made from recycled tin cans. But hey, stick around. When we return, we're going to be shearing sheep. The fun continues.
Man, I love the fact that George will just absolutely do anything and just see if it works, it works. If not, but at least if he's got a chance to film some art made from recycled tin cans, we're gonna see it.
When I first got my license, every time I left the house, my parents would say, "Remember to buckle up, dear." But I never did. Just didn't seem to.
Well, and these guys seemed like they were having fun. They seemed like they were like upbeat. That guy was just all about how his brother, shamed him.
Too cool. Besides, most of the time I was only going around the block. You know how parents are. Always telling you what to do. But you know what? I wish I'd listened.
I'll be right back.
I really do.
Yes, pet ID tags made while you wait. Well, I'll have to send my next guest over here because someday she would like to become a sheep shearing expert. Hey, do they have a college for that or something? Yeah, maybe it's called Sheep Shearing U. Hey, let's meet Aurora York. Yes, kids, we're here with Aurora and we're sheep shearing?
Yeah, we're trimming. It's called blocking. It's where we're doing cosmetic trimming of the animal to make them real pretty for the show.
And it's called blocking. Well, what is shearing when you actually shear?
Shearing is when you shear right down to the skin.
Make sure we get the best cosmetic view.
And you'll take these electrics and go all the way down to the skin. What we've got here is we've got about 1/8 of an inch to 1 inch on this whole animal. So we're just filling in areas. We're using the wool to sculpt it to make it like a perfect sheep, like a sculpture.
Like a designer haircut.
Yeah, it's very designer. It can take up to 5 hours to trim a sheep.
And what is his name?
George is, I think George is a little smitten here.
This is Carol.
Carol, her name.
That's her name. Yeah, it's a female. And
well, hello, Carol.
and she's
Why, you could use a breath mint.
okay.
He should be like Terry Funk and interview its asshole.
Basically, she's a year old, and year-old sheep are called ewes, and that's E-W-E, ewes.
E-W-E.
Yep.
And you're blocking right now.
Yeah, I'm basically fluffing the wool up right now. Gives it a lot. It makes it easier to cut. And
what happens if you take too much off? Can you fill that in later, or do you block it to make it match?
you have to cut some other area shorter so it blends together. If you make a big hole or gouge, you're basically quite messed up, and you have to redo the whole thing again.
Oh, I meant the sheep, Cody Turbo.
So you try not to make a gouge mark, either with the electrics or with a hand shear.
So you have to take it down layer by layer.
Layer by layer, slowly, unless you've got confidence, which I'm young and I'm learning, but some of the professional people really have a lot of confidence, and they can just go right through it within an hour, have a sheep looking perfect.
Just like a lawnmower.
They
just go, Meow.
Right, they do it fast, they know what they're looking for, and they just do it. Me, I'm slow, I take it bit by bit.
But the quality is still there, right?
It's there after 5 hours, it's there.
Okay, and
Whoa,
this is the
look at
real
this-
fun, right?
Look
The
at this
electrics?
guy. What's he doing?
It's fun, it's scary though. I mean, you're nervous because you can make a big hole in them, and then basically
Man,
somebody
that
bumps the
thing
animal,
looks rough,
somebody touches
dude.
the animal or spooks the animal, it can
Oh,
jump.
my God.
And so then you'd be pretty messed up. So yeah, it's a big portion of fitting them is using the electric.
This is stressful for me.
Well, you know, I'd ask if I could try, but I'd end up carving somebody's initials in or something goofy like
You'd
that.
probably make a mohawk out of it.
Yeah,
down the middle,
there wouldn't be much left on the sides.
No, you do pretty badly. It takes a couple of years to learn how to do this. And usually when you're young, you want to apprentice with some of the professionals. You want to get asked to help fit their sheep or show their sheep.
And how many years will it take before you become a professional?
A lot of professionals here are 35 to 40 years old. They've been doing it their whole lives. There are some younger ones. She's just wondering what you're saying.
I don't know. Wouldn't that kind of be a profession you'd be more likely to like be born into rather than choose?
And it can take, it depends on
Maybe she can understand me.
Oh, she probably can. What you said earlier wasn't too good.
Oh, wow.
Basically, it can take a few years. Depends
It
on
was a
your
joke.
It's a joke, okay.
And if we can't kid each other, who can we kid?
Okay.
Please
It
leave,
looks real
George.
good, and I'm sure you'll continue and become a professional.
I'd like to become a professional, like to go to college and do the sheep as well as I can, so that's my main goal.
And thanks for being on Primetime.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, George knew, man. He's like, this is tanking. Let me pull the ripcord.
Yes, what did I tell you, folks? You can find anything
Perfect.
and everything here at the Big E. Hey, how about a Primetime license plate?
Yes.
Everybody's watching. When we return, we'll have that great band center stage. Stay close to the sets.
Uh-oh.
We pledged our allegiance to it when we were young.
That's very Ben-coded south to west.
We studied its importance when we were in.
You know what, though? He did it. He did the right thing. It was clear she didn't appreciate the humor, so he cleared up that it was humor and then excused himself from the interview. I mean, he was pretty dignified about it.
Our teens. We sing its praises at every sporting event. We display it when we celebrate.
Eggplant? That would have been
Lower it
cool.
when we mourn. And honor our heroes with it when they've fallen. It stands for what we are and what we believe in. How we treat it.
Oh, I can probably fix the P.O. box situation today, too.
It says a lot about us.
Helen Hunt.
We're back, and here to perform that popular song
Preform.
mystery is Center Stage.
Center stage, baby. in your box? Oh yeah, this is the band with Terry Gordy on bass. Imagine me trying to explain to like a normal person what I do every morning. Oh my god. The Lost Von Erich. This guy is great. He's just like he's acting like he's like a Will Ferrell character. They should appoint me. When's this other chick gonna get involved? He really is. They're gonna cut all of the. They're gonna cut the Boit budget, the Boit psyop budget. Wow.
Yes, that was Center Stage, and we've run out of our allotted broadcast time here at the Big E. Good night, everybody.
Look Look at his face. Bob Simpson. What? Oh my god. Oh, Biggie. Isn't Welsh? Wow.
You know, Kermit, by
That was a
recycling.
good episode. All right, 31. What do we got? Whoops. I guess we're just flying this one.
From the Biggie, the Eastern States Exposition, it's Prime Time with George Dorunda. Tonight,
Primetime to me is simultaneously like the most fun show, but then I also find it like incredibly depressing.
Trevor Boswell of the Flying Condors will be sampling calzones. Five-time Grammy Award winner Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band, and the Entertainers. So get ready for the most entertaining show on television. Yes, welcome to the program, ladies and gentlemen. I'm George Dorunda, and I'll be your host for the next half hour of wonderful televised entertainment. And hey, we're here at the Big Eat. We're having a great time.
Back at the
so
Big
let's start
Eat.
off the big program with Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band performing When I Get to Heaven.
I know, that's what I mean. It's such a unique vibe. Like I will like if there were a million episodes of this, like I would watch it every Thursday till like the end of time, like 100%. But then also it's like such a it can be like so it can have like some really like depressing parts to it. And then also like it's depressing to me because I think it's such a good show, and like it, at least after it aired, it hasn't really found, it's just kind of like vanished into the void.
When I get to heaven, when I hit those golden gates, will I hear my favorite music? I don't even care who
Well, at least the Jimmy Sturr videos are helping out a little bit. This one's got 53 views.
plays. Will they be playing polkas, or have they something up their sleeve? I want to hear my music, or I'll turn around and leave. I know I want to say, I wish I knew about this when I was down below. I would have come up sooner to hear the songs I used to know.
Have we seen Jimmy sing, period? I think we've seen him play the saxophone, and then he does like these little weird, you know, Fisher-Price instruments.
Will there be a jukebox when I hit those pearly gates? I cannot do without it. Oh, those songs, those polka greats. Please let me hear those polkas when they take me away. When I hear my polka music, I know I want to say, when I get to heaven,
Even Tito Santana's singing with Napoleon Dynamite's brothers.
will I hear my favorite music? I don't even care who plays. Will they be playing polkas? Have they something up their sleeve?
Oh, now he's singing. Back
I
up.
want
Harmony.
to hear my music, or I'll turn around and leave.
He's like, hey, listen, guys, why don't you all play instruments that are really hard to learn and then, you know, use your vocal talents? I'm going to shake these bells, but listen, I'm going to need the band to be named after me. Oh, he also says, oh, Niles.
Yes, Jimmy Stir and the Jimmy Stir Band. But hey,
Bates
don't go
Motel.
anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have Trevor Boswell of the Flying Condors.
When I first got my license, every time I left the house, my parents would say,
You don't have a
"Never to
rolling
buckle up
pin?
there." But I never did. Just didn't seem too cool. Besides, most of the time I was only going around the block. You know how parents are. Always telling you what to do. But you know what? I wish I'd listened. I really do.
Hey, he's trying, Ananje.
My next guest is a real swinger. No, it's not this young lady right here. It's Trevor Boswell of the Flying Condors.
Wow, George.
Yes, we're here at the
Edgy
Big E
comedy.
and with
Lex
Trevor
Luger
of the
in the
Flying
house.
Condors. And Trevor, welcome to the big program.
Thank you, thank you.
And let me tell you, an amazing act. And is there special training that goes into this?
Initially, yes. Initially, yes.
Do you have a gymnastic background?
No, absolutely not. We're actually from all walks of life, and each one chose trapeze as a career. My partners were born into the business, and I wasn't, but that didn't stop me. I was as clumsy as the next guy.
Really?
Yeah. So,
Almost as clumsy as me.
well, not that clumsy, but
And obviously there's special training and conditioning. You're not on the George diet.
no. The diet,
Absolutely
we're talking
not.
about diet is we're on a seafood diet. That means when you see food,
You eat it.
You eat it.
Well,
That's
well
it.
I'm on the same
Oh, what a
diet.
jokester.
Maybe I'm qualified? No, not quite.
Dieting, there's no such thing as for us as a diet. You eat moderately.
Well, being on the road, you obviously can't plan a special diet anyway.
No, exactly. And so you just basically have to be self-disciplined and then watch what you eat. And we only eat
forward.
basically one meal a day.
One meal a day?
One meal a day.
A large meal?
No. But basically, it's like this. You start in the day, you have whatever you have in the morning, you know, like something to drink, fruit juice or coffee, whatever you like, and something to nibble on to get you going.
In between trad wife and working gal.
And, you know, then you have your 3 shows, and it's very tough to fill up on a nice breakfast. I mean, my favorite is over easy eggs and pancakes and the whole 9 yards.
Oh, mine too.
But no, just...
not on a performing day.
Not on a performing day, exactly. When we tear down and move on, it's straight to the truck stop and get a big breakfast. But I don't recommend...
But not during a 12-day run here at the Big E.
No, exactly. So every day will be very basic foodstuffs when you wake up in the morning, through all the 3 shows, and when we're finished, then we'll have a decent meal, and that means a decent meal.
I don't even know what this guy does. Does anyone know? I know he said he had like an acrobatic background, but all they've talked about is breakfast.
Salad,
salad.
A full cooked meal, but there's no such thing as watching what you eat.
Now, I'm curious, what did you do before you got into this? For a career?
For a career, well, I was a salesman. Can you believe that?
So you used to go in and do the 9 to 5. What kind of a salesman? What did you sell?
Well, I sold electrical parts and electronic components. That's a hobby of mine, and computers a hobby of mine. But I didn't like the 9 to 5. No, that's not my cup of tea.
Did you find it
This guy kind of in the face looks like Gerald Briscoe.
boring?
Yeah. They're very mundane existence. You know, you wake up, and I feel sorry for everybody else. I mean, everybody who has that kind of lifestyle. It's 9 to 5, right? 9 to 5, whatever, 9 to 6.
And you're calling, obviously, on the
This
same
has been in Grace energy.
clients, the same customers, day after day, week after week.
Oh, trapeze.
Yeah, and you don't get to meet people. The average person gets up, and if he's not on the road, I mean, he or she might meet one or two other people per month, per 2 weeks. That's why they're...
Where are these statistics based off? What studies were done?
Bars and singles and
people trying to meet other people. But you meet other people every day of the week.
Every day, at least 10, 20 people, different people.
Now, you're a world traveler. This act has been all over the world.
Yeah. We just we're very lucky. We're very fortunate to have had a lot of success. We spent 10 years in Europe, and we won the coveted Clown Award in Monte Carlo. So we've been around, yeah.
Yeah, you certainly did win the Clown Award, pal.
Have you performed for any dignitaries that we might recognize?
Sean Connery was there.
Have you ever performed for any dignitaries? Yes, Sean Connery.
David Niven was there.
David
Cary
Niven.
Grant was there. Her Grace, who's now dead, unfortunately. The Prince of Monaco was there. Princess Stephanie.
Monaco.
Princess Caroline. Telly
Ben
Savalas
Vereen.
was another one. And I must say, a personal favorite, like I said, I mentioned him before, personal favorite was Sean Connery. What a gentleman. What a man.
Really? Now, is he as agile? Do you think he does some of his own stunts in the movies?
Sean Connery, I think at his day, I don't think at his heyday he did, because I think he was too important a man to lose. You know what I'm saying? That's why they are stuntmen. It's not the fact that they don't want to do it.
Would you ever want to get into the stunt business?
No. The only thing I've been told is I look like Paul Hogan. So if the guy came around and said, you know, I could use you for a stunt.
Looks like Paul Hogan.
It would be an honor. It's not just because some people say I look like him. Do I look like him? Well, I don't know.
This man said, "What about me? I didn't do my own stunts."
But it's
he's just
nothing
like
you
a
would want to
Power
really
Ranger.
gear your career towards. You're really happy doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Stuntmen, and I take my hat off to them, they're a unique breed, but only...
I sent that video to Grace whenever Ben was preparing for the debate with, what's that idiot's name? Glenn Lawrence.
Only they suffer in silence. They take all the falls, they take all the knocks, and nobody really appreciates them. They're not, they're not paid what they're worth.
And
imagine finding out that if you're Sean Connery, that some traveling carnival trapeze artist was talking shit about you on prime time.
they don't get fan appreciation where you're performing for a live audience.
Yeah, it's a different audience, a different medium. We perform in front of a live
Sean
audience, and
Connery
they're appreciative
could
because
never do what I do. He could not keep up with Mr. Ooh La La.
Let's face it, I think in the heart of everybody would like to do something to be recognized. It's that little 5 minutes if you could stand in front and take the...
This is great, honestly. I'm gonna watch this, but I want to go back and watch it again. I want to see this conversation he's having with George, because I know this is hitting George.
Applause and enjoy it, you know, and have the confidence to say, well, what I'm gonna do now, what I'm gonna present to you, I'm doing it in the full capability, and you know, and I'm an authority, and that's it. And that's, those 5 minutes make the rest of the day.
Now in the act,
I'm gonna rewatch it, but I'm just gonna watch George.
What I'm gonna present to you, I'm doing it in the full capability, and you know, and I'm an authority, and that's it. And that's, those 5 minutes make the rest of the day.
Now in the act, obviously there's a lot of timing. Just like in stunt work, stunts are very well choreographed, and obviously when you're swinging back and forth, are you giving certain cues?
Yeah, all the time. And it's...
Are you the leader of the group?
Well, we, you know, I hate to say that we're leader. We're a group. I mean, I do a lot of the talking, the negotiating, but that doesn't make me any specific...
what a blowhard this guy is.
Leader as per se.
But within the act, are you calling the cues?
Yes.
The women tell me I look like Paul Hogan, Crocodile Dundee.
Yes, because I'm the one on the swing. I'm going to be the catcher. I'm the catcher. I'm going to be the one who's ultimately responsible to make that trick happen. I mean, he's going to throw the trick. There's no doubt about it.
You know, my coworker, they do nothing. It's all up to me. I make everything happen in the air.
And his credit deserves all of it. But when it comes to the time for the catch, if there's something wrong, it's up to me to correct it.
So you have to know that 3/4 of your way in a downswing, you have to give the cue for whatever maneuver.
Exactly. And if he doesn't respond, or if he's slow, or if we have some wind, I have to make up the difference. So when we do come in and make the catch,
oh boy,
the adjustments already have been made.
So you really have to be always thinking.
Always, yeah. That's why when they say don't drink and drive, it's the same thing with flying.
Well, you don't want to drink and fly, obviously. It's far too technical. And
my
after
God.
a day or even a series of days of long shows, are there those aches and pains? Does it put a strain on any part of your body?
Yeah.
Is it tougher on the arms or on the legs, or do you go home some nights and just have aches all over the place?
The hands, I think hands and arms, shoulders, and all there again. It all depends on how you've conditioned yourself and how you've taken care of your body. You know, it's. I mean, I'm not a youngster.
Myself, personally, I don't have any aches and pains because I take care of myself, but I know some of these bums on the crew, they don't take good care of themselves. They're always icing down. Mr. Ooh La La never need to ice down.
Anymore, but you have to have that conditioning, but you've also had to spend some time taking care of your body through the years. The worst thing are the hands. I mean, the calluses, underneath the calluses, beneath they rip and tear, and
the ripping and the tearing.
And I'm
remember Hito Rick? We should watch Hito Rick if we have time at the end.
You've torn muscles, and
I'm tearing a ligament right now here attached to one of the bone. I can feel it.
Do you go to the gym if you ever have an off season and work out on a regular basis?
When we do, we look really peculiar because we never play with weights. As most guys go to the gym and they'll play with weights and they'll measure themselves, and for us,
most of these men they play with weights.
And for me especially, the definition is not come through weights. It's come through more of a.
Is it an overall conditioning?
Yes.
As opposed to just weight training alone?
Exactly. Well, weights are something we try and avoid. The word I was looking for is isometrics. In other words, you work one muscle against the other one.
You have that ligament strength as opposed to that bodybuilding type strength.
Exactly. And the problem...
Is it odd that you like calluses on hands? No. You want to have like a blue collar hand smacking your ass is what you're saying?
With weights is it makes your muscles...
Hard worker like Spicoli?
Hard. You know, when a guy shows off his bicep, you can't push your finger into it. Mine, you can push it all the way through to the bone because they're really supple. And that's the success to not getting hurt.
Butter
so
muscles.
It's strength, but it's strength in a different way.
Completely, in a supple way, in a subtle, supple way. And it's not that bulk, hard, brute force that a lot of guys have. They're just pumping iron and they're really strong. But I'll tell you what, if somebody inflicts a you know, if someone like a flyer, somebody like a flyer hits me somewhere, my muscles give. Those muscles break.
During the act, I
Oh my
noticed
God,
you work
this
with a
guy.
net. Do you always work with a net?
Yeah, that's basically one of the reasons.
There we go. George is going to bring him down a peg. Now, do you always work with a net?
This is why we're still here, I guess. Even though the net in itself can be dangerous. If you don't land correctly, you can get.
So you can be a daredevil, but be a safe daredevil.
Yes, it only looks like people are taking chances. We're not taking chances up there.
Well, everything is calculated.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And there are near misses, as we saw in this show. Have you ever been hurt or injured seriously?
Yep, he's gone.
We've had a couple of collisions, him against myself, and I almost broke my neck in the net once, just misjudging, tired, overworked, you know, and people say, overworked? You only work 10 minutes a day. Well...
try and do this same 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it is. It's well, we've done. Sometimes they press us to do 4 or 5 shows a day, and that's when you start losing it. And it's not the one day. You can be doing that 6, 7 days in a row, and suddenly just it gets routine.
It's routine, and then there's also that level of burnout after a while, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you don't pay 100%, if you're not 100% with it.
Do you think George is feeling burnout? Do you think that's what's going on with his energy lately?
You shouldn't do it.
Is overconfidence a problem sometimes?
No. Overconfidence, never. No, we're always aware of the downfalls.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Well, Trevor, it certainly has been interesting and entertaining to have you on the big program, and I hope to have you back sometime soon.
It's great to be here. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. We're having a lot of fun, and I hope everybody else coming around does too.
And where are you heading from the Big E?
South.
South for the wintertime.
South.
I wish I could too.
We're going south, and we'll be spending a month.
I saw that, Randy.
Another month on the road in the southern states, and then it's home to Florida.
Well, thanks again. It's been fun and entertaining.
I said that Lowe's attitude was making me think that Savvy Guy was right, and I thought since I was in Ruby's chat that Lowe wouldn't be able to see what I was saying, and she put the comment up on the stream.
Thank you.
Yes, we're here at the Big E, and this is Krista. Hi. Are you enjoying the fair?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I buy you this tractor, will you promise to come over and cut my lawn every day?
Yes.
Really? Hey, we've got to go away for a few seconds, but stick around. The fun continues.
Oh, not this again.
To compete, you've got to be strong. To win, you've got to be smart. Maybe you can be one of us, the few, the proud, the Marines.
Just think, somebody bought that sword at an auction, and now they can do that at home. They can fight the big chess pieces.
Yes, we're here at the Big E, and I think I found a couple of lost souls, lost people. And who do we have here?
Mary.
No wonder you're lost. You can't even remember your name.
Melissa.
Melissa and the unknown soldier. Hey, and you know, people always ask me, George, why exactly are you in show business? And I always answer them honestly, from the heart, the free food. And speaking of which, I'm ready for some calzones.
Calzone
Yes,
time.
here we are back again at the Big E doing what I do best,
Rigabella.
sampling food. And we're here with Sharon and Ron from Rigabello's legendary fried
Rigabella.
dough. And I understand today we have calzones.
Yes,
Right.
we do.
Now, how did you get into calzones from fried dough?
It's a recipe from our mother back in Italy, from Penny's mother, the owner. And she brought it over from Italy, and we just started doing it here one year, and it was such a big success that we had to come back.
Yeah, fried dough started first originally, though.
Right, we started with fried dough.
Right.
And it's handed down from generation to generation. This
Three, I think.
Family recipe.
Right.
It's a world famous family recipe.
That's right.
Well, we try to keep it secret. The recipe's not famous.
I mean, is it locked in the safe or what?
A taste. What?
Is the recipe locked in the safe?
Yeah, I think so. Armed guards, 24 hours a day.
I want to get a calzone now.
Oh, that's the only way to keep it secure. Now I remember this was one of the original fried dough operations in the area. You used to park with your little trailer, sometimes even on the streets of Holyoke.
Right. And Hoyokai football games, like about 20 years ago.
Were you involved in this 20 years ago?
When I was, what was I, 9? I think I started doing the sugar tables when I was 9.
You started off with fried dough.
Years old.
And you started when you were 3.
No, I only started about 5 years ago, actually. So.
And what is your job? Is there any special preparation to making the perfect calzone?
I don't know, Ryan. A lot of practice, definitely. Practice helps a lot.
You gotta love your zone before you make it, you know?
Love your zone before you make it.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
Is that the saying of the business?
Sort of. You gotta have a lot of pride.
Our saying is we're pros at making doughs.
Yeah,
that's our motto.
Pros at making doughs.
Right.
Bros at making doughs.
What do you roll the dough out first and then fill it?
Yeah, you stretch it out like a fried dough. We have 4 different kinds of fillings that go inside, and it's sealed up.
I had a plan to make a video of showing you guys how they make a pizza, and now I feel like but George is gonna do everything. Has done everything, so I'm just gonna have to just make the pizza making video my own.
Just like an inside-out pizza.
Or folded a pizza omelet.
Kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a good description? Okay, if you use that, I want 10%.
Okay, that's a deal.
The pizza omelet. Well, since it's undoubtedly delicious, do you think I could sample one? Because, of course, being a food expert.
I've been cultivating a relationship with a pizza maker for quite some time, specifically to secure this footage, so hopefully it'll be good.
Once I put my stamp of approval on it, your business is going to skyrocket.
Oh, really? Great, definitely. We got a sample.
Well, let's see. Where's our sample?
Right here.
Oh, that's a beauty.
So this is what the perfect pizza omelet or calzone looks like, right?
Yep.
And this variety is?
Sausage, peppers, and cheese.
One of my favorites. Here, would you like to host for a while?
Sure.
Host for a couple of minutes.
That was a good one.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at all that
Look at
cheese.
that cheese.
Well, I'll tell.
Yeah, fairs of any kind are going to be a bunch of potential for content, especially if you're willing to talk to people and like ask them. You know, George probably asked people that said no, but he asked so many people, he ended up getting like a ton of content.
Oh yeah, do you get the stamp of approval? Let me say that you do make better calzones than you make talk show hosts.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I have to figure out what topic I want to talk about for my Tony Yeoman tribute. The 8 chicken fries, 8 cheese fries, 8 churro fries, and 8 motherfucking jalapeno pepper poppers on the side.
I didn't say talk show guests, I said talk show host. That's why I'm the host. I am the food expert. Yes, my stamp of approval, they are disgustingly fabulous. Hey, once again, thanks for being here on the big program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess we'll have to have you back again.
Sure.
Next time we want more
Anytime.
calzones.
Great.
See, you can have a banquet right here at the Biggie, and we're here, Amazing Air Plants with Marie. Tell me, what are amazing air plants, and why are they amazing?
They're amazing because they don't need any soil or dirt to grow. You just soak them once every 3 weeks for about 2 hours, and they'll blossom a couple of times a year, and they're guaranteed to grow.
Labor-free plants.
Exactly. If you have a purple thumb, you can...
Exactly. Like if you're willing to work around like their availability, which he probably was, that makes a lot of difference too.
grow these. And they're cheap, too, and they're really nice. That's it. You could do it.
I could do it. Yeah. Hey, we'll be right back with the entertainers.
We pledged our allegiance to it when we were young. We studied its importance when we were in our teens. We sing its praises at every sporting event. We display it when we celebrate, lower it when we mourn, and honor our heroes with it when they've fallen. It stands for what we are and what we believe in. How we treat it says a lot about us.
Yes, we're here in Vermont. No, not really. We're here at the Biggie at the Vermont building. And what could be more appropriate
I'll be right
to
back.
finish off the big program than the best band ever to perform on prime time? Yes, it's the Entertainers.
I wanna be around to pick up the pieces when somebody breaks your heart. Somebody twice as smart as I. Somebody who would swear to be true like you.
Boy, this is really chill. Wow.
And leave you to learn that misery loves company. Wait and see. I mean, I wanna be around to see how he does it when he breaks your heart to bits.
We're back to the old footage,
Let's
right?
see if that puzzle fits. So fine. And that's when I'll discover that revenge is sweet. When I sit there applauding from the front row seat. When somebody breaks your heart like you broke mine. Play it, Joe.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at this. I'm gonna need to cut in. We normally have to be ending around this time, but the prime time, we're just rolling. We're rolling on.
I wanna be around to see how he does it when he breaks your heart to bits. Let's see if that puzzle fits. So fine. When that's when I'll discover that revenge is sweet. When I sit there applauding from the front row seat. When
Emperor, you're fine.
somebody breaks your heart like you
Prime time for prime time.
mine.
Poor
When
George,
somebody
man.
breaks your heart
What's
like
going on with him?
broke mine.
Oh, the old women clapping on the bench.
Yes, we're here at the Biggie with Joey. And Joey, aren't the Entertainers positively the best band ever to appear on primetime?
Yes.
See, I was right. Hey, the telecast is over. Good night, everybody.
Oh, wow. The petting zoo. Why didn't we get to see that? The flying condors. somebody with a dust would try to sweep it up onto some papers? I thought he had a dust pan at first.
You may not think the gas you can save makes a difference, or the amount you're holding.
No. Okay, entertainers, apple buns, wow. Gizmo guys, ice cream, oh great, there's my ice cream gimmick. Stir band, onion rings, and Big E. See, even the onion rings, even Aphrodite's great onion rings was actually inspired by this guy. Dorunda really did do it. He did everything. Look at that lineup, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 segments. At regular ticket prices.
From the Biggie, the Eastern States Exposition, it's prime time with George Dorunda. Tonight, the Gizmo guys will be making ice cream, the Jimmy Stir Band, the Entertainers, and we'll be sampling apple cinnamon buns and onion rings. So get ready for the most entertaining show on television.
Sorry, the chat locked up for a long time. I've got it. I can see it again now. I've missed like all this stuff. George taking a bump.
Hi, and welcome to Primetime. My name is George, and we'll only be here a half hour. So let's start off the telecast with the Entertainers performing It's All Over Now.
Okay, so now George's band is performing It's All Over Now.
Oh, baby used to stay out all night long. She made me cry. She done me wrong. She wiped my eyes open. That's no lie. The tables turn. Now it's her turn to cry. Because I used to love her. But it's all over now. Because I used to love her. But it's all over now.
Are his shirts getting tighter? Apple buns, that sounds great.
Used to wake the morning, get my breakfast in bed. When I had no worry just to ease my aching head. She hurt my eyes open.
Doubtful, Ananja.
The tables turn, now it's her turn to cry. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to
George.
love her, but it's all over now. Joe!
Oh, poor George. What's going on, man? I feel so helpless. George is struggling, and there's nothing I can do to help him because this happened like 34 years ago.
Well, she used to run around with every guy in town, spending all my
Oh,
money playing them happy games. But now she's here and now.
divorce arc,
Every
real?
guy in town still trying to take me for that same old plan. Because I used to love her, but it's all over now. Because I used to love her, but it's
New
all
guy? Is that a
over
new
now.
guy?
Because I used to love her, but it's all over now.
Look at that. Look at... This woman's like, no, I'm not going to come inside to be counted. It looks like the place I was at the other day that I did the IRL at. It has places like this.
Yes, the entertainers, and it's all over now. We're here at the Biggie, and I'm going to be moving into my new log home here. Hey, stick around. We'll be back with the hottest buns at the fair.
Beaver Mountain.
To compete, you've got to be strong. To win, you've got to be smart. Maybe you can be one of us, the few, the proud, the Marines.
Yes, we're back here at the Biggie, and guess what? I think we're going to be sampling fudge.
Fudge, yes, we have
What
fudge
makes
here.
your fudge extra special?
It's creamy and it's homemade. We've been making it for about 30 years now. So
30 years
not
of
myself,
experience into
it's
this
family,
fudge.
yes.
So you think me being an international food expert, I could sample a piece?
Sure. Do you a little piece there?
Here we go, chocolate nut.
Creamy, huh?
Creamy. Excellent. Hey, we're off to the hottest buns at the fair. Yes, we're here at the Biggie, and I understand we're going to sample something that we can't find
wow.
anywhere else in the world. By the way, we're here
this
with
is
Ben
precious.
and Demi, or your nicknames.
Oh my gosh, look at these two.
Buns.
And I won't ask which is which. Now let's see. I understand we have apple buns with
Right.
cinnamon,
And
and there's a secret sauce.
right? Grandma's special recipe, secret sauce, and ice cream on the top.
Now nobody knows the recipe except Grandma.
And she died a year ago, so we're in trouble.
Is this the last batch?
That's it.
So this could be a one of a kind.
One of a kind. The
It's
only
definitely-
place you can get it.
The only place. Is that guaranteed? Worldwide?
Absolutely.
Worldwide, guaranteed.
And who invented this recipe initially?
We both did.
Yeah, we both did.
Right up in Maine, in the wintertime, in the kitchen.
You had nothing else
Oh
to do.
my
There were
gosh.
there's 20 feet of snow outside.
OPC Don's parents.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. 20 feet of snow, nothing else to do. Just invent buns.
Ben and Demi.
And you sent the recipe down to Grandma, and she invented the secret sauce. I think I've
Look
got
at
it.
the hat.
Well, let's see how one of these goes together here.
Okay, we'll do the one right up for you. We take our bone white china.
Oh, nothing but the finest
Right,
here, folks.
bone white china. We take our cinnamon bun, place it in
Place
the
it right in
bowl.
there very gently.
Right.
So as not to bruise the buns.
Warm sliced apples, no sugar in the apples.
No, wait a minute. This is the secret sauce.
Secret sauce is going on. Check that out.
Now, a little hand-dipped old-fashioned ice cream, and only 4 calories in the whole thing.
Well, that may not be.
Do I think George was annoying? I think it's part of his charm is that he's a little bit annoying, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm very curious about George. Like if he was, like obviously externally, he still projects like, you know, he's puts himself over as a megastar, retired and stuff like that. But like, I don't know. I'd be curious to see what he would be like off camera.
Be for me. Don't think that I've ever done a low-cal dish in my
Brad White.
life.
Hold on, we got another lolcow sighting.
Don't think that I've ever done a low-cal dish in my life.
I've never done a lolcow dish.
Well, here you go, dear.
And now it's a one-of-a-kind, and it's absolutely the most delicious I'll ever find, right?
Got it.
I got your word on that.
Absolutely.
Well,
Guarantee you like it or you won't come back.
And let's see here.
Okay.
With ice cream.
With ice cream. Get it all.
Mmm.
Out of the 47, how's it rank?
But George puts the other people over no matter what. You know what I mean? It's very, 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 very rare, if ever, that he tries to get over on them in the interview or make... he seems more like to me anyway, well, not in the bumper segments where he just gets to goof off, but like during the interviews and the IRL segments he does, like he's putting them over. He's never trying to make them look a certain way he's not getting over at their expense. He's just letting them shine. So even if he is kind of annoying, he probably get a pass from a lot of people just because he knows when to step out of the camera. That's the reason I think he might not be as annoying as people think, is because he does know when to not be the focus.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you're right up there in the top 10.
Okay.
Folks, it doesn't get any better than this.
I'm going to eat one of those apple buns out of that lady's crack.
Yes, we're here. Are you enjoying your Footsie Wootsie?
I love my Footsie Wootsie.
Have you ever had a better Footsie Wootsie in your life?
I've had better Footsie Wootsies. Longer Footsie Wootsies.
Longer Footsie Wootsies. Hey, when we return, we're going to see some amazing juggling. No, it's not Mr. Juggler. It's the Gizmo guys.
Oh, that was one of those like foot massagers.
We pledged our allegiance to it when we were young. We studied its importance when we were in our teens. We sing its praises at every sporting event.
Apple buns and dirt shoot.
We display it when we celebrate, lower it when we mourn, and honor our heroes with it.
I don't care if she a good person. I don't care if she have good character. The only thing I care about is apple buns and dirt shoot. Blasting off.
When they've fallen, it stands for what we are and what we believe in. How we treat it says a lot about us.
Yes, like I said, folks, you can find things here at the Big E that you can't find anywhere else. Elephant ears without the elephant. But my next guests live by one motto. There should be no juggling unless you absolutely have to. Yes, they're the Gizmo guys. Yes, we're here at the Big E with the Gizmo guys, Alan and Barrett. And Alan,
yes, dude, south to west. As soon as he saw these guys, was like, okay, now I'm invested. He's gonna love these two.
Tell me, where do you get a tie like this?
Well, actually, I got this from my eye doctor. This is the color blindness test.
We could use this for a color chart for TV too.
Exactly, you could. You close in on this, and you can use this for your color bars. It'll be color dots instead. Yeah.
And who commands the group? Who is the leader?
Right now, you're commanding us.
Oh, well, I'm in charge, guys!
We have no one in charge. We're both in charge.
You're both in charge of each other?
Yes.
Absolutely. And how long have you been juggling?
We've both been juggling for over 16 years, and we've been working together for over 4.5.
And
can you imagine George? He's like, you know what? These motherfuckers went up here and threw some shit around. They're juggling and they're drawing 200 people. And the entertainers is back with their 6 people.
What did you do before you started juggling? Did you actually have a day job, a normal 9-to-5 job somewhere? Either of you guys?
Yeah. With me, I had a number of jobs in restaurants actually, and I was going to school at UMass in Amherst actually. And after that, I was working in a restaurant and just started doing this, and it was a little bit too much fun, so I figured, well, I'll just do it for a little while, and then in a little while I'll get a real job, and then another little while went by.
I told myself that if I wasn't making a living being a juggler by the end of March, then I was going to sell the company to George Dorunda for $5 and go work at Burger King.
And I said, well, I'll wait another couple of years, and then I'll get a real job, and then finally this became the real job.
Sounds good. And Barrett, I don't mean to ignore you here.
No, that's okay.
I mean, you have a nice tie too.
George. Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Do you take any abuse from this guy?
Not if I can help it. This is the Good and Plenty tie.
The Good and Plenty tie?
Yes, the Good and Plenty tie.
And what did you do before you became a professional juggler?
Well, I would have to say that I was one of the finer paper boys in the eastern Pennsylvania area.
Oh my God, this guy.
No way. At a very young age.
Yes, I started quite young.
He's the rookie of the group.
Yeah, I went to college for a year and didn't really take it too seriously, and so I got out of that and just started juggling full time.
And what is the
If it's like a weekend thing, maybe they could extend it for a long time. But if they're as their like primary income, like traveling doing it, I wouldn't think too long unless they get to like Cirque du Soleil level.
I should put in a good word for Barrett. Barrett started very young. I started when I was 21, and Barrett started when he was about 14 or 15. 15. And yeah, you're very good with that mic.
Hey, we get in those side comments.
Well, you're really helping out the sound man over there.
I should put in a good word for Al as well. Al didn't start until he was quite old. He was about 21 at the time, and he had to, needless to say, he had to make quite a comeback.
It's the Mutual Admiration Society here.
Yeah, we do. We both think highly of each other, but we don't think much of you, George. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, we'll see if this is ever gonna air. And juggling, do you ever do anything out of the ordinary? Have you ever used anything that was alive?
Well, actually, a lot of people are doing that kind of stuff, like juggling an apple and eating it, or juggling chainsaws, and we're really not interested in that kind of stuff, to be perfectly honest with you. We're interested in more of the regular props, or doing things that we just think look nice, and then trying to be different with them and trying to be funny.
Well, you do have a comedy aspect to the group.
Yes, I would say that we're very funny.
A few laughs.
We just try to have a good time with it and just not take it too seriously.
And the old saying, if you have a good time doing it, they'll have a good time watching it.
Right. And that saying goes for with you, too. We try not to take you too seriously, George.
Look, nobody takes me seriously.
So can we get to interview you now? How long has your show been on the air?
My show's been on the air far too long.
and you can tell that it's been going on too long because interviews like this take place, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm sure you enjoyed testing Jan the other night. He was here shooting your act with his autofocus camera.
Yes, that's true. That's right.
You like to
With
involve
his
the audience. Have you ever
autofocus?
had problems with audience members?
No, we don't, actually. Quite honestly, folks pick up on it real quick that we're just out having a good time, and they know that we're no threat to anybody.
Unless they try to cross us, and then we'll kill them.
That's when you pull out the knives, right?
No. He's just joking.
Well, guys, thanks for being
Well,
here
thank you very much
on
for
the
having
big
us.
program.
Thank you, George.
I'll let you guys get some food. I think you've been going nonstop all day, right?
We certainly have, yeah.
Hey, you're welcome back anytime.
Juggling
Thank you very
is
much.
an
Thanks for
art.
having us.
True.
Bye-bye.
So I finally get to find out what elephant.
I've seen some juggling that was interesting to watch. That wasn't it. I mean, I wouldn't watch juggling like that, but I have seen some juggling acts that were at least like mildly creative and entertaining.
These are elephant ears.
These are elephant ears, yes, sir.
And
It
they're
tastes very good.
And they're light and flaky.
They're light and flaky. They're anything you come. Vanilla, chocolate, anything on it.
Chocolate. And I have
Chocolate.
right here tomato sauce and
Yes,
cheese.
tomato sauce and cheese, Italian sauce.
Oh, well, elephant ears.
Oh my God. Is that the calzone?
I've got to finish my elephant ears. We'll be
Oh,
right
elephant
back.
Oh man, I love elephant ears. Oh shit, is this the other one?
Tonight, Dolores had a few drinks, did some crack,
man.
and ended up another tragic
I thought that was the dragon head from the Marines commercial.
story.
It's just a dead body.
Only she doesn't know it yet. Drugs make you forget. And if you forget how risky sex can be, you could catch the AIDS virus and not know it for months,
spicy,
even years. AIDS, another way drugs can kill.
George looks like he'd be one of the coaches in a major league direct-to-DVD sequel.
Well, nothing puts me more in the mood for fine, handmade, hand-cranked ice cream than bungee jumping. I must be nuts! Yes, folks, we're here at the Big E. We're here with Tom at AC Peterson Farms booth in the Connect building.
I was curious about the ice cream. He's showing how you hand make ice cream. I want to go to an actual like ice cream factory and tour it.
Tom, welcome to Primetime.
Thanks for having us.
And we have Alan and Matt, and they're really working here. This is handmade ice cream from start to finish.
Handmade. We thought we'd bring this along and everybody have a lot of fun doing it.
And is Matt having fun today?
Yeah.
And you think it's going to taste better because you're putting all this hard work into it?
Yeah.
It won't.
Absolutely. Big talker. Yeah. So tell us about your business. How long have you been around?
AC Peterson Farms has been in business since 1914. We started out as a milk distributor. We're now in the third generation of Petersons. And our business now is developed into 6 family restaurants as well as manufacturers of ice cream, and we distribute.
They're now owned by Mondelez.
All over New England.
And it's all homemade ice cream.
Well, homemade is a technical term. We can't say homemade, but right here it's homemade. We're using the same mix.
Oh, this is the way that Grandma used to make it.
This is the way that old AC Peterson himself used to make it.
And you have a number of different flavors?
We manufacture over 62 flavors of ice cream.
Wow, 62?
We also make frozen yogurt, and we also make sherbet.
Now, is there a myth? Is vanilla still the most popular flavor?
By far. Over a third of all ice cream manufactured and sold is vanilla.
I want to tour Tillamook, but I don't think the one I'm going to, I don't think they make cheese there. I could be wrong.
Ice cream.
You can offer people 57 different flavors and they'll still choose vanilla.
That's correct, especially when they're having a hot fudge sundae.
Is there any explanation for that?
Cream, absolutely.
Does vanilla go better with anything?
I think it's more of a universal flavor in that it does go more with apple pie, blueberry pie, the things that you find here at the Big E, the sundaes that we were talking about. We have a saying in the ice cream business.
Pearl and what's his name? What's that character's name? Rush Limbaugh's burner account are from the Twitch days.
If you're out of vanilla, you're out of the ice cream business.
But you're not out of vanilla. In fact, we're cranking some up right now. What flavor are we cranking up?
We are cranking chocolate. And one thing we do differently than most ice cream manufacturers, start with a white mix, pasteurize it, homogenize it, and then they flavor it. And they'll flavor their chocolate right at the flavor tank before the ice cream freezing. We do something different in that we take the chocolate mix it in the mix tank, then pasteurize it, then homogenize it, improves the flavor, then we age it, then we put it into freezing vats.
And what do we have for ingredients right here?
Well, mainly
this guy's what you call a real stuck-up asshole.
It's cream, milk, and sugars. And then we put some stabilizers in it so that it has some shelf life, creaminess, and smoothness.
But we don't have any of those additives that we can't pronounce.
Oh, that's correct. You'll find some good product right here.
And we're using rock salt and ice.
Yes, what the rock salt does is it lowers the melting point of the ice.
Classic assholes.
What that does is it brings the water that's surrounding the cylinder down to about 22 degrees because that's the temperature that we want the ice cream to ultimately achieve.
So ice cream wouldn't be ice cream like at 32 degrees.
That's correct. It would still be liquid state. It's in essence, it's.
It would be neat if there was. The cheese thing would be kind of cool. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much of it would actually be. I don't know how much of it you could actually see. I'm sure there's some places that you can't go. I don't know though if they're if everything's being deregulated, then I should just be allowed to freely walk the floor of the factory filming.
Served and drawn at your soft serve machines at 22 degrees. We're a hard pack manufacturer, and from that 22 degrees that we put it in our packages, we put it in our blast freezer, which brings it down another 42 degrees. It is stored and delivered to the stores then at minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
And that's what maintains that freshness.
That's correct. You could keep ice cream in essence for well over a year as long as it's airtight and it's stored at minus 20 to minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
And how long will these guys be hand cranking this ice cream?
They will be cranking for about 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes because it's a little warmer today and a little more humid.
Well, good weather for ice cream.
It's great weather for ice cream.
And here, the visitors can get hands-on experience.
We sample about 4 times a day. We crank it where our muscles are much bigger than what they were when we came in here. But 4 times a day, and we give out little samples so that everybody can just whet their appetite, and hopefully then they'll go out and purchase some.
And how do we know when it's done?
When it's so hard he can barely crank it.
Matt, are you surviving?
Yes.
20 minutes of hard labor?
Yes.
You look like you're really struggling.
Yes.
Are you sure it's going to taste better after this?
Yes.
One-word answers. Buddy. Yes. 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 And yes.
Okay, so
what do you think, Al?
Add to the list of things that George Dorunda pioneered, Brian Danielson or Daniel Bryan, whatever he was in WWE, stole the yes chant from George Dorunda. I mean, it's right here. It's right on film. He's even got the finger up, the number 1.
Yes.
Are you sure it's going to taste better after this?
Yes.
One-word answers. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Unbelievable.
And yes. What do you think, Al? Are we just about ready?
Yeah, we're done.
I mean, I guess, Junk, I wouldn't hate it if I was in like Amish country and it was like, I thought I was going to do it for fun, but like if I actually had to crank for 20 minutes to make a fucking little bit of ice cream, like, no way.
Should be just about 22 degrees now.
And we open this up.
Nothing there.
And it looks like delicious chocolate ice cream. All completely handmade.
That's correct.
And all natural products. Handmade by Matt.
By Matt. He's our yes man.
So this is what Matt's been waiting for, huh?
And it's worth the wait. Look how creamy and smooth that is.
And Matt is enjoying it. Of course, once I put my stamp of approval on it, being an international food expert.
That's why we asked you here.
Boy,
Here
how
we go.
generous.
Is it disgustingly delicious?
He's really trying to get that disgustingly over like big time.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the small ketchup packet full of ice cream, you cheap bastard.
Well, guys, we couldn't have picked a more
Disgusting.
appropriate day to taste ice cream. It is about...
I was at church one time with my grandpa when he was like super, super old. And they brought around the communion and he looked at the little wine glass and he was like, they don't give you much, do they?
About 180 degrees in the shade.
I would say at least.
Well, you really sweated off the pounds for this ice cream.
I worked very hard for this. I do this 3 or 4 times a day.
But Matt was a big help. Why isn't he sweating?
It's harder work to hold the can down.
No.
Oh, absolutely. And also, could it be that Matt took a little break while the camera was off? Whenever the camera wasn't on him, you had to sneak in those cranks. Well, thanks, guys.
And thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Yes, it's ice cream time. It's all on me.
It's true, disgusting.
Yes, from ice cream here at the Big E. And guess what? I even found some pierogies. Hey, our friends from Millie's Pierogi and Chicopee. Hi, how have you been doing this week at the Big E?
It's been a record
Oh my gosh, they all look like little strawberry shortcake characters.
year all around. It's been wonderful for us. Real
And
good every
after
day.
the Kielbasa Festival, you do remember my favorites.
I think they must be cabbage, right?
Cabbage with...
Extra butter.
Absolutely. The low-cal style. Hey, when we return, we'll have the
lol-cal style.
5-time Grammy Award winner Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band. Don't leave the sets.
When I first got my license, every time I left the house, my parents would say, "Remember to buckle up, dear." But I never did. Just didn't seem too cool. Besides, most of the time I was only going around the block. You know how parents are. Always telling you what to do. But you know what? I wish I'd listened. I really do.
Now, if you get lost here at the Biggie, all you have to do is follow the magic lines. Which line are you following?
The green line
Why are you following the green line?
to get to our bus.
Good reason. Hey, but it's always a pleasure when my next guests are on the program. It's Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band featuring Frank Urbanovich and his magic fiddle, something called Fiddle Diddle.
He doesn't, yeah, he needs to pick it up a little bit, I feel like. I'm gonna take a piss break while this guy's on. The DJ Khaled of polka. Oh, this has got 100 views, or almost 100 views.
Yes, we're back here at the Big E, and who do we have here?
Paul Hartman from Long Island.
All the way from Long Island. Say, you're an expert. What goes good with fiddle music?
Why not onion rings?
Hey, good idea! Yes, we're here touring the Big E grounds and, again, doing what I do best, sampling food. And we're here with Kathy at Poppy's Onion Rings. And welcome to Primetime.
Oh, I want some onion rings.
Thank you. It's nice
Now-
being on prime time.
Are these clearly the best onion rings?
In my opinion, they are the best onion rings.
Everything is completely touched by human hands?
Oh, yes.
And-
Well,
and
they're
handed-
sanitized.
Well, sanitized. Hold up the hands. Sanitized for your protection. And you use natural olive oil.
George doesn't believe that any of these precautions are necessary.
Natural olive oil. We use whole onions. We dip them in like a beer batter, and they're
A beer batter.
well, yeah, they're.
You won't get intoxicated
No,
from this beer
no,
batter.
no, not at all. It's a secret batter.
Oh, a secret
Yes.
recipe handed down
Through
from
generations,
generation to
through
generation. All Poppy's
Yeah.
recipe. And is Poppy around today?
Oh, yes, he is. He's in the back.
He's in the back working diligently,
Yes, yes.
making onion rings. And do you think I could sample a few?
Oh, sure. We have some right here.
Like magic. We have onion rings. Okay, here we go. I'll be the judge. Are they the best? Absolutely. Crisp on the outside, juicy on the inside. Do you think I could have an order as big as the order on top of the truck?
Oh, wow.
Sure. We have containers big enough, right?
You do?
Yeah,
Now,
sure.
do you think that's my weight in onion rings?
Probably more.
Well, Kathy, thanks for being here on Prime Time.
Oh,
thanks
thank
for
you.
the onion rings. They are absolutely disgustingly delicious.
He's still trying to get that
Come back
disgustingly
anytime.
over,
We'll
man.
be
What a
here.
nut.
Well, I'm sure I'll be back dozens of times, and
Okay.
I'll just have to have a few more.
I'll go right ahead.
Yes, folks, we've had too much fun here at the Big E. We've been ordered off the air. Good night, everybody.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, my God. All right, ATF Media. The Gizmo guys. Yeah, the cat, it's the same one that's in my old shorts, Cicero the kitten. Like, it's crazy. He got like, he just like completely got huge out of nowhere. It's a me, George Dorunda. Do you guys remember recently when there was like a controversy because, or it wasn't really a controversy, I guess, but it was like a gossip story that like they put Justin Bieber in one of those harnesses and it made his dick look small or something? I saw like 100 stories about that on Reddit.
All right, penguins.
Primetime 33, by the way. We're moving up. Oh, this is the 2.5 anniversary special. Fantastic. All the food at buying at Kroger. Yeah, I've seen Maine Coon cats, yeah. They're well, he's just he's big, but he's not big like that. He's still like right where I said he's lurking in the background. The clip show episode.
From a secluded, high security location.
We're pretty close to I think the 1 year anniversary of Thorpe Alert, but I could be wrong. I think we're getting pretty close. I think it's sometime in April.
Where people run for fitness and to get away from guys with knives, it's the Primetime 2.5 year anniversary celebration. Tonight, we look back at the best of the most entertaining show on television.
Amazing.
Hi, I'm George Dorunda, and welcome to our 2.5 year anniversary celebration. And I don't know if you've seen the World Series or maybe even WrestleMania, any show that's been on television in the last 20 years that has been exciting and entertaining, all of a sudden that goes back into second place after tonight's show. And you know, on Primetime, we've had the pleasure of having many, many guests, many segments. So let's take a look back at some of those magical Primetime memories.
If I were in the ring with Hulk Hogan today, this is the truth. You know how long the match would last? About 3 or 4 minutes. I'd get killed.
You're young, George, but you know.
I feel like I'm a very, very fortunate person to say to you
Oh
that
my
I'm
gosh,
doing
guys, remember all the way back to the Gary St. Jean interview? Man, that just seems like it was yesterday.
something that I love. It's not a job.
It's like a dream come true.
It really is. People say, geez, don't
Different
you want
era,
to be a head
different
coach
world
and don't
back
you want to do this? I said, hey, I was happy as a good old clam being the coach at Chicopee High, and here I am now sitting every night in front of 16, 17,000 people, or better yet, coming back to Boston and sitting on the bench and against the Boston Celtics, and I get a cold chill down my spine every time I walk in that building. So,
Well, you certainly don't sound like Willie Nelson.
Thank you. That is a compliment.
Most of the fellows, I believe, I would hurt if I keep on eating. I don't know, a legend in my own mind.
Remember how we were all hyped for the Kielbasa champion, and then he was a complete bust?
Makes you laugh and cry. They never have to tell you to smile.
And also on the big show, we'll be talking with pharmacist Peter Porowski. But first,
Oh, that was a
they like
good
Peter
one.
Porowski. But first,
That pharmacy interview was a little dry, but I think it was really good.
my
informative of the
Primetime fan
job
club
at
here.
that time.
You might be taking a medication that probably is affecting a fungus on your toenail.
Did Killer Kowalski have an outfit like this?
Certainly not. Yes, we're watching ladies make nightgowns.
I'm missing your paper.
Is that all we have?
No, you're doing it wrong already.
You take a couple of these. Oh, wait a minute, there's room up here in the front. Quiet. See, she listens, though. Unlike real kids. Barbie joins the army. And wait a minute, what kind of...
Well, she's 30 years old now.
And is this Barbie when she's 70?
Let's hope not.
Thank you.
One of these big toaster ovens.
There's an old one. It's metal.
Remember him like sneak dissing this guy through the whole recycling presentation?
And how long have you been into training?
Just this year for Cub Scouts.
Just this year. Do you think you're going to continue?
No. If I could get one for my own house, yes.
Okay, Mom and Dad, he wants one for his own house.
Couple for your stomach, couple for your legs.
Are those the big ones that go into your stomach?
Oh, no. Well, for you, look.
To me, this is what a big difference is between like the real Kino creators and not, is like, think of the just raw amount of weird moments George could show on a clip show, just the incredible depth of like memorable moments. Every one of these, I can. It all like floods back to, even though it's only been 2 months. You know, with Weed Brain, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
She's telling jokes now.
No.
No blood is coming out.
No supposed to be.
Are they fishes or are they fish?
Do you know what it is? It's a tough distinction. If there's one type of fish, okay, one particular species, then it's fish. But if you're talking about a number of different species, then it's fishes.
So here it's fishes.
We have fishes here, but maybe in an individual exhibit, they would be fish in one exhibit if they were all the same type.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Yes.
But I've never heard such a powerful voice other than my own.
Thank you very much.
But some of us speak
Fuck
louder
this
than we
guy,
sing.
man.
It's true, too. Singers try to save their voices sometimes, so their speaking voices are very often much softer.
Well, I'm a singer, but there's not much to save for. This is technical information?
Oh, no, George. These are the directions. This is actually my first flight.
You what?
I did pretty well, didn't I?
Okay, we're coming around the corner.
Yeah, there he is. And there he is. It's Warren Beatty. Mark, I'm so proud of you.
George, there's no comparison. Prime time is sort of...
Well, that's obvious.
Yes. I mean, prime time is on its own scale, in its own place, and then the rest of television is on the other side.
We do stand alone.
You do stand alone. Where's Sam Donaldson, by the way? You've been doing this show now.
I think he wrestled with Killer Kowalski.
Oh.
I thought all I did was contribute to the building of the Carrier Dome. Now I found out that I've contributed to something else.
You know, one year I took Jet Dragon with me.
Well, if you remember, the fish thing was kind of a sticking point because he disagreed with Mark on what to say, and Mark ended up being right. And he brought it up very passive-aggressively several times during the rest of the episode.
And
why?
We had an empty seat on the plane.
And just as I come about 10 feet off the ground, I didn't fall off. I had to jump off because if I would have held on, as you look at the wheel, only stands 4 feet.
These are a bunch of people that I'm marking out for Gary Sladek. Come on.
Off the ground, the wheel would have broke my back in half. It would have smashed me and drilled me right into the ground. I had to know just when, not only was I scared holding on to this wheel going around, but I was thinking at the same time, how am I going to get off of this thing in time? And also, when I hit the ground, am I going to be able to roll out of the way to get out of the way of the counterbalance that's about solid steel, going to take my head off if I'm there. If I hit the ground and I'm hurt and can't move, this counterbalance comes about 1 foot off the ground. It's going to smash me. So
Chevy Thunder, a jet-powered pickup truck. It actually has a fighter jet engine in it, and it does what we call a fire and lightning show, and then it does a short blast off at the end. Obviously, it can't run 200 miles an hour with the room we have here, but it puts on quite a show.
We're going to be going on a whale watch. No, I don't mean driving by Chiquette's house.
Get to see the entire whale up close, and up close is really an understatement.
Yeah, I've done the world record for the highest dive 7 times, and my last one was back in '84. It was 172 feet.
Hey, Fred, does the babe come with the car?
She certainly does.
Really?
Because the power of video reaches
out this guy.
and touches you. So
I like.
In case you weren't here for it or you don't remember, this is the guy who he wrote and directed the commercial with the girl on the beach and the crutches. That's why George leaves it in every time it comes up.
That could be our graphic. Do that again. Now, what would you do to me if you saw me speeding down the highways of Connecticut? Not that I speed. Would I get special treatment now that we've met and we're good friends?
yeah, we give you the same treatment we give Dave Letterman.
Wow! A star's treatment.
Anybody
one of
like
my favorite
Prime
shows.
Time with
Prime Time.
George?
We're here.
Right here to Big
and she
with
took it all.
George.
She took it off for me. This looks easy. Piece of cake.
And I love my president, and I love my country, and I'm proud to be an American.
What a great
live
Linda Barcelona.
in any other country.
How does one get started in skiing? What are the basic steps?
Well, the
Remember, she had written her own original, super patriotic song.
basic steps is to make up your mind that you want to do it. That's the first thing.
I tend to think, and maybe somebody doesn't agree with me, but I tend to think that most of the bands, or a lot of the bands in the polka field anymore, sort of sound alike. I mean, they play the same songs. Until they start singing, you really can't tell a difference between the bands. And I wanted to think of something that was going to make me different from all of these other bands. So whether they liked it or not, when they heard it on the radio or when they come to hear the band in person, they hear that music of the Jimmy Sturr Band, and they know it's a Jimmy Sturr Band.
You want to have
like
your own
it or
unique
not.
sound.
Right. And
What, if you ever moved to
Now, Jimmy Sturr, could you explain the fact that you don't sing nor perform any instruments in the band except for a Fisher-Price bell? Yeah, people hear that bell in that giant orchestra of talented people that are carrying basically the creative corpse of Jimmy Sturr.
Florida, what would you do with your 3-ton concrete piano?
Move it very carefully. Actually,
It would be weird if this was the one time Chuddy isn't on primetime.
did you notice when you came in my backyard, I have
No,
a
I haven't
3-ton
seen Mike
concrete
Chuddy. The chat would have for
Oregon
sure
barbecue
erupted.
that I grill hot dogs and
It's like, wait.
hamburgers on and steaks.
Mike Chuddy, when he appears in this, I believe, will get what you would call a Road Warrior pop.
Well,
Maybe on the same flatbed.
That's the same thing as the 3-ton concrete piano.
Exactly.
It was crafted just for you because I've never seen another one quite like it.
But you're getting it free.
Well, why do you think we're here? To entertain people? To show them what the taste is all about? For the free food. Okay, it's easier if you know the language, right?
When they see the
Mike
Massachusetts plates, they're
Chuddy!
probably going to
There
get
he
a
is.
speeding ticket anyway, but...
And there's no helping that.
Right.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes, I do.
Are you wearing them now?
Yes, I am.
The cheese we're selling this year was made in June 1920, June 20th, June 20th,
All right,
1990.
And what did you first feel when you first let go, that first time?
Actually, I can't remember a thing between being in the cage and landing.
What a hero.
And your heart was still pumping.
The side of my face was bulging out like this.
And
hello, Carol.
and she's
You could use a
Oh,
breath
not
mint.
this one. This seems like we
I was
just
as
saw
clumsy
that.
as the next guy.
Really?
Yeah. So,
Almost as clumsy as me.
well, not that clumsy, but
And obviously there's special training and conditioning. You're not on the George diet.
no. The diet, we're talking about diet. Diet is, we're on a seafood diet. That means when you see food,
You eat it.
You eat it.
Well,
That's
well
it.
I'm on the same diet. Maybe I'm qualified? Now, nobody knows the recipe except Grandma.
and she died a year
Oh, not
ago,
this
so we're in
lady again. I
trouble.
was just
Is
starting
this
to
the
calm
last
down.
batch?
That's it.
Have you ever had a better Footsie Wootsy in your life?
I've had better footsie wootsies.
Longer
footsie wootsies.
Longer Footsie Wootsies.
Wow,
And,
I forgot about
you're
that.
very good with that, Mike. Hey, we gotta know side comments. Boy, you're really helping out the sound man over there.
I should put in a good word for Al as well. Al didn't start until he was quite old. He was about 21 at the time, and he had to, needless to say, he had to make quite a comeback.
I'm no threat to anybody.
It's the Mutual Admiration Society here.
Yeah, we do. We both think highly of each other, but we don't think much of you, George. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, we'll see if this is ever gonna air. Well, if that wasn't enough, and by golly, don't you think it ought to be? Hey, we've got plenty more where those came from. We'll be right back.
That looked like the cast of Tim and Eric.
Every day, we're losing
That's how I felt when I saw that trad lady making those apple cinnamon buns.
50,000 barrels of oil, over 2 million gallons of gasoline, to a seemingly unimportant thing. Low tire pressure. Have you checked yours lately? President Bush hopes you'll do your part. Drive smart.
Yes, a primetime celebration. And you know, I've been asked, George, why exactly are you doing an anniversary show? And the answer is simple. You see, by using hundreds of clips from...
Well, we still got 18 minutes left. We may get they should bring him back. He was a big part of the show for a while.
Past shows, we can now actually simulate one good show. And you know, nothing puts me more in the mood for a party than good food and plenty of it. So let's take a look at some of my own private eating segments.
Oh, wow. Mukbang compilation. Private eating. Private eating. Private eating versus private eating. Man, imagine if George could have been around during the time when like mukbangs were marketable. He could have eaten a whole meal. He's just a complete pioneer. That was a great one. Oh, not that lady again.
Yes, I just thank God this isn't being televised. Hey, we'll be back with more fun right after this.
When I first got my license, every time I left the house, my parents would say, "Remember to buckle up, dear." But I never did. Just didn't seem too cool. Besides, most of the time I was only going around the block. You know how parents are. Always telling you what to do. But you know what? I wish I'd listened. I really do.
You know, we here at Primetime feel that if people care enough to invite us into their lives and appear on the show, well, they deserve all the abuse that we can give them. And you know, things don't always go perfectly correct here on Primetime. Things aren't always right. Like,
look at this guy over to the side here. What's his story? Kind of a weird guy.
the time we dealt with breaking unbreakable dishes. And do you think I could do a primetime test right here?
Oh, George is such a master, man. I was wondering why he didn't put that in the show. He was saving a few good outtakes for the clip special.
Absolutely.
Even as we speak.
What?
Hey. Oh.
Right on.
Hey. Look, you're supposed to be paying attention. Very, very clean animals. Hey! Get over here!
This one's for you, Walt Solek. Time is for your Capalucia. I feel like king.
Shake a leg.
Huh?
Oh, here we go.
He is gonna air that, and you're.
My next guest has traveled farther to be here. Don't tell me I scared you.
Whoa, right, this will be done right now.
Hey!
Oh, hey! This is a day. I'll tell you, this is never going to be done.
He's interning with us here in Primetime. But let's start out.
That guy would imagine that guy telling you that the day's never going to be done.
After the big show, quiet, Chad. You get your own show someday.
I've been in prison.
Imprisoned?
Yeah.
For that statutory rape case?
Get out of here.
I got really nervous. So I'm going, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I just want to kiss him right on the forehead.
Is there anything else you wanted to accomplish?
Not really.
Wow, we didn't even get to zoom in on that one. That was quick. We enjoy your show, George, and
Joe.
Oh, God, I know. This is nerve-wracking, Mother. Would you like to join us?
Joe.
This is very difficult.
So
All right.
I'll do my job. You sit there with the needles in your face.
Well, that was EFO.
Yes.
And what is it? And that, well, that... That was this guy here, George
Sorry.
Dorunda and the Entertainers. What is it? And with the Entertainers,
The Connecticut stand, thank you so much. Why don't you get your own show and I'll heckle you someday? You know, tonight's show is so good.
How good is it?
Okay, we're through with the mic. Because she's never tasted one of these. She thinks they may taste horrible. You see us, we'll see. Oh, shut up, you little punk.
I need a makeup man here. I'm sweating.
How long was that? Was only about 18 minutes, wasn't it?
Can I stick a couple in? Where can you go from here?
See, I've been here 18 years.
Underneath.
Wow.
Yes, that, huh? Shh, shh, quiet.
It's amazing. You do it.
No, they're not.
Don't say nah!
That pony which you would hear on TV, you know, but aspirin good for, excuse me, aspirin is deadly.
There goes George.
It's here on prime time.
It's Reflection performing I'll Be With You.
Waiting for you, Mark. Favorite groups here.
It's Reflection performing I'll Be With You.
Waiting for you. God, Mark, come on. By the way, where can they send the gifts, Mark?
Oh, they can send them right here.
God, Mark, come on.
Got a card right here.
This is exactly what I needed at this point in my eventual acceptance of the end of prime time. Is I needed this, like, even if it's just a little I needed that inside behind the scenes look.
Georgie did one.
We will have as our guests Gary Sladek and his Wheel of Death.
Stunt car driver Tim Chitwit.
Ah!
This is entertaining, better than the documentary itself.
Right.
Is this going good so far?
By the way, when you call in to request these
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, and you never know how much of it is still just goofing around. But it is interesting to see George in these scenarios where things go wrong. Oh, remember this episode where they just changed a light bulb?
bulbs, make sure you ask for Jack.
Chitwit? Chitwood.
Not Chitwit. You said Chitwood. It's Chitwood. Our guest.
Stunt car driver, Tim.
Been waiting for him.
But nothing beats my...
Nothing beats my money.
Look at yourself. Lol cow hat. Lol cow shirt. Lol cow face.
This is probably
lol cow desserts.
The second biggest night of my life. The first being, oh, I can't mention that.
So if the people want to get these type of bulbs, they can call Jack.
Hi, I am George Dorunda. Quiet. Don't push your luck. Do you have as big a mouth as your dad?
Yeah.
Who is our Air Force expert? Wait a minute, he's hiding, he's running.
Solid axle too. And
What are you doing here? Go from a 2 to a 1. I'm glad we have this protective padding.
Keeps the rocks out of your back. You splat.
Even fat men might be here. Ooh. And we'll be back with more prime time right after this. What a lovely thought. Yes, wasn't that special? Hey, we have to go away one more time, but we'll be back.
Man, I loved all those never-before-seen clips.
We pledged our allegiance to it when we were young. We studied its importance when we were in our teens. We sing its praises at every sporting event. We display it when we celebrate, lower it when we mourn, and honor our heroes with it when they've fallen. It stands for what we are and what we believe in. How we treat it says a lot about us.
Yes, my name is Ralph Emery, and welcome back to Nashville Now.
Ralph Emery.
But seriously, in the past few years, I've had the extreme pleasure of working with and introducing...
The days when if you belched on camera, it was an outtake.
some of the finest musical talent around today. So let's take a look back at some of these fine performers.
Oh, a musical montage?
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer.
I was thinking like we're gonna see George's probably see the people that George liked the best, but he was pretty even-handed with the first montage. And like if I did like a 1 year Fusion Studios thing, it would be pretty like Grace heavy. So I wouldn't blame him if he chose to focus on the Reflections gal.
Playing our favorite song. Come on, sweetheart, dance along. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? The band is playing our favorite song. Come on,
Look at him
sweetheart,
just
dance
standing there.
along. Hey, pretty girl, oh, won't you dance with me? Someday I hope to make it mine, oh, mine. And he's neat and oh, so sweet. Just the way he looks at me knocks me off my feet. Ooh, you want to come and see how we walk.
Will they have the MC Hammer? If that's not in here, that's sus.
I used to like to ride on the craziest horse, one that went up and down. Is it any wonder then I so often get the
See, we don't have people with this kind of depth of singing talent anymore.
yen to go riding the merry-go-round? Around and around you go, around and around you go. What a thrill when the band begins to play. For a dime you can ride your blues away. So put down the sounds, get on the streets.
Hell yes.
And join all
Fuck
of
yeah.
us who know that in our hearts and in our souls is where you'll find our truths. Yeah, put down the sounds, get on the streets, and join all of us who.
I'm gonna hear this broad playing the piano like as I pass away, I think. I'm gonna remember back to this, her playing the piano in this gold-plated room.
But I'm still here with my heart play, giving you everything I know. Hey, you don't know if you don't like me. This tune will tell you how I feel. Then you can sit around and judge me. We're still around and we're for real.
Oh! Whoa! That's the Terry Gordy guy. That's a deep cut. That's from like first 2 or 3 episodes, I think, when we got a couple performances from this band. I kind of forgot about him. Oh, this butchering of I don't know much. Oof, that was a rough one. I think I could do a knockout version of Proud to Be an American. Do you think I could get that over at karaoke in a bar? if you haven't watched ahead, ATF Media, definitely check out the episode earlier. They had like a shit ton of never before seen like outtake clips of George just snapping on people. Yelling at him on the horse was great.
God bless the USA. You know, give me a chance, right? Come and take my heart, darling. We'll never lie. I need you, darling. So come with me. Won't you? From a distance, our God is watching us. God is watching. God is watching us.
Literally gonna be like 25 to 30 copyright claims on this video for sure. Wow. Okay. Are we going to turn the corner now? We've had a weird energy for a few episodes. Do you think this big 2.5-year blowout is maybe what was getting him burnt out? Like, as he was having to make the episodes, but then also work on this big special? Maybe George will be reinvigorated now.
Well, that just about wraps up our primetime 2.5-year anniversary celebration, and what a celebration it's been. And I'd like to thank all you folks at home, everybody who's been involved with the show for the last few years and helped to make primetime the most entertaining show on television. And you know, you don't have to feel embarrassed about watching primetime. It's more than your right. It's your responsibility. Don't let the world of primetime pass you by.
Yeah, that's a big
Get
oversight.
involved. And what's this?
But I'm not surprised because I do think George has a thing for the girl from Reflection, and that guy did really get her, moistened up. So I can see why he wouldn't want to, showcase that.
We have a late breaking notice here. Hey, we've just heard from government officials because of the high success of tonight's anniversary show, there will be no school tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
No school tomorrow. This looks like a scene out of Heaven's Gate. Remember when they were all singing together? I would love to watch the HBO Max or whatever made a docu-series on Heaven's Gate. I would love to. That show to me it's so good. Maybe I can record them and we can put them in a little, we can make an overlay and put them in a little TV or something. You know what I mean? Really transform the image. I spent an entire summer pretty much just baked watching that documentary on loop. It's super it gives, I don't know, it's not Boit, but it gives me a similar feeling. And it's very existential too, which is nice. That, and have you ever seen I can't remember what the name of it is. It's it's called A Glitch in the Matrix, the documentary. It's a documentary about simulation theory. Rest in peace, King TL. He would have loved this commercial.
If this doesn't scare you, just wait.
Drugs.
The doctor will see you now. One night a year ago, Vanessa got high with some guy and forgot everything she learned about preventing AIDS. Now her life is the horror show. AIDS. Another way drugs can kill.
All right, let's watch one more. Okay, so this is 34. Oh, man. Anti-deaf speakers. Ooh. Huh. Anti-deaf speakers. Cooking class in the Jimmy Sturr Band. All right, I'll be right back. Anti-deaf speakers. That's interesting.
From anywhere we want to be, it's prime time with George Dorunda. Tonight, anti-deafness sound expert Jeffrey St. Lawrence. We attend a cooking class with Chef Larry Tolan. Plus, Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band. So get ready for the most entertaining show on television. Hi, I'm George Dorunda, and welcome to Primetime. And you know, if you're
great
sitting at
location.
home and you're feeling an extra special something in the air, it could be radon. But you know what is really in the air? It's the smell of good food. So let's head up to Atkins Fruit Bowl and Chef Larry Tolan and his cooking class. Well, Larry, welcome to the big program. And I understand we're going to be cooking.
We're going to cook tonight, George. We're going to do some serious cooking.
A special feast just for me.
Just for you, exactly right. I have heard that you have more food per minute than any other non-cooking show.
On television
on
today.
On television, we're going to try and produce at least another 50 or 60 pounds in the next few minutes for you here, so that...
and I'm ready to eat every pound.
That's it.
now, what do we have on the agenda? We have...
This is a pork loin roast. This has been boned. Here, we can open this up. We need to work with this. All right, this is actually a hack. When you would go to a butcher, the whole thing with bones, this is where they cut your pork chops from. Mm-hmm. And it's about twice this long. Okay.
Now, how do you stuff a pork?
You're gonna see that right now. We've
Over
got
towels.
a little bit of extra fat here that we really don't need. So we take our knife and we trim this off.
Isn't that the best part?
Well, it makes the meat nice and juicy and tender, but we don't want too much because we don't want a real greasy roast either by that same token. Our stuffing, our apricot stuffing that's going in here contains butter, and that will also help to keep our meat nice and moist. As you can see, there's some beautiful veins of fat running through the meat. I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about this tasting nice and tender.
Now, you run these cooking classes on a regular basis?
Yes, we do. Atkins offers these.
And your students have agreed to appear on television?
It's unbelievable, but nobody asked for the money.
I'm still upset about how small those chocolate ice cream portions were.
Money back, even when they found out it was you who were coming down here to do this show with us.
And why should they? They should be honored. After all, I am an international food expert.
That is correct. Well, that's what I told them, that you were a gourmet par excellence and had gotten wind of what we were doing here and wanted to come see.
Just be careful with that.
How do we stuff a pork? That's what you want to know.
How do we stuff a pork? Looks
We're
pretty
going to butterfly. You'll remember from the matembre we did last week.
Butterfly.
This one, unlike the flank steak we did the other week, we're going to do in thirds. We need to open this up more than just in half. And you'll see that I don't really worry about this being necessarily even. Our tying this together will take care of any irregularities we have.
And what are we stuffing our pork with?
We're stuffing this with an apricot stuffing. This is apricots, butter, port wine, breadcrumbs, green pepper, a little bit of celery. This is a particularly fatty one. Normally it's not quite so fatty. Don't hesitate, like I say, to trim this out. Your guests do not want big pieces of fat on their plate. This is a dish that we're going to end up, when we're done, George, slicing and arranging on a tray. The class tonight is concentrating on buffet service, setting up a festive buffet.
A gourmet buffet.
That is correct.
The think?
That is correct. And actually, you've caught us on the second part of a 2-week class.
What an interesting. Oh, never mind. I was like, this is such a relaxed restaurant, but I forgot that he's actually like probably there like on off hours or something.
That we're involved in.
Part of a class.
Because you couldn't be here last week, I have made some of those same dishes that we had done last week, the mushrooms that everyone liked, and some of the other things, so that we can fully garnish.
I missed the mushrooms?
Well, you're going to get them, though, George. I made them for this class. All right. You see.
Okay, so George had to bail on this guy. He was supposed to be there a week ago, but he couldn't be there. And it must have, I mean, the guy did bring it up, which is
We had that little piece that fell off.
Yeah.
Just open that up. We're going to use that right
I was going to ask you that.
too.
What do you do? Have you ever really messed something up real bad?
Oh, yeah.
And you had customers waiting for it? What do you do then?
You put sauce on it. You cover it with sauce.
Cover up all your mistakes.
Yes, I've worked with a number of chefs, and there were times I questioned, in fact, what we were doing, and they just wanted to know, is the sauce good? And I told them, yes, the sauce is fine. Fine, put sauce on it, and out it goes. We're going to make sure people get what they're expecting.
So is that common in all restaurants when you're paying for those $60 dinners?
I can't say that it's common in all restaurants. My colleagues are going to hang me.
George always thinks everybody's out to get him, I feel like.
If I make a statement like that.
Well,
but,
everybody must make mistakes, and what do you
that's
do when
exactly
you have the
right.
customer
When they're
outside waiting and
that's also what the maitre d' is for. This is why the chef stays in the back, and they have a guy who's very suave and wears a nice suit who can go out there and buy them a drink or buy them dessert, or sometimes they have to buy them the whole dinner to make the guest happy. I'm sure that.
But if there's sauce, be suspicious.
That's it. That's it. So do yourself a
that's the
favor.
trick.
Don't order too many dishes with sauce, is I guess the moral of this whole story. This needs a little bit more moisture. Reach for our port wine.
These are interesting looking folks taking this
My
class.
hands are a little slippery now. Thank you there, Walter. Go ahead. Splash a couple ounces.
Walter.
One,
Oh,
two.
a professional.
Good. All right.
Left-handed, too.
Here's our stuffing. You can see it's a nice consistency. It holds itself together at this point. We'll put this in here very liberally. All right, or like we're going to be doing one of our desserts this evening. We just roll this over. We're going to tie it with the cord. That's great.
And where did this recipe originate, or is it one of your originals?
I learned this from a chef at a country club outside of Philadelphia. He used prunes, not apricots, about 10 years ago. So I've been carrying this one around with me. He served his with sauerkraut, which I actually recommend on here, and it sounds awful. It was great.
Pork and sauerkraut?
Yeah, but with the prunes and all, it sounded awful to me when he told me what the dinner special was that night. But I've been a big convert ever since. I've been really impressed with what goes on. So, at this point, we tie off our meat. We're going to do this the exact same way we did
I've
the
had dreams of that.
matembre.
Okay, Debbie's gonna tie up this primetime pork.
Yes?
Well, let's see what happens when you pull it off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A country club recipe?
Oh, nothing. Can I cheat?
Didn't work, did it? Okay.
No.
George was quick to point out he did not agree to tie off his meat.
You had it basically right, you just didn't twist it. When you go here, you got to twist it. You went on this side.
Go underneath.
You got to go underneath. Okay?
I'll do one more.
And then you do the next. I did one. You just watched up close. Go ahead.
Okay, Debbie's ready.
No, I'm not sure.
Come on, Debbie.
I'm right behind you.
Be behind
Debbie
me.
does
Okay.
Underneath? No.
Now you're going to take it. Hold it. Hold your hand this way. Take the other hand like this.
Oh, wow. Getting pretty intimate here.
Underneath. Yeah. How do I do that?
Uh-oh, Larry's confused now.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
One of those things you just do. I don't think about it too much anymore.
I've always done it separately, that's why.
You got it.
There it is. Yeah! A round of applause for Debbie.
Kitchen Bouquet is a trade name product, and what this is, like I say, is caramelized vegetables is all that's in here.
Is it like a barbecue sauce?
No, it has virtually no flavor. It's a color that gives you just that nice dark brown on the outside of the roast.
Ooh,
Okay.
look, it looks ready to eat already.
You see?
Calm down, George.
And there's the meat, and there's the oven,
And there it
and
is.
there it goes, and it's in. And is the oven turned down to
Great.
325? I believe we did that. Very good.
Great job, Walter.
For business.
Do you feel like you could take these things and go home in 3.5 hours you could whip up a gourmet
Probably.
dinner like this?
Probably not all of these recipes, but 2 of them out of the 10.
And you can invite me over to compare?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
After I finish the next 3, you're
There we go. George is moving his way in. He has the dinner riz.
invited to my house for dinner. How's that? I have 3 more classes to go.
You heard it.
And I would love that.
What was your favorite part of the class so far?
Let's see. Well, last week was our first class. Debbie and I are new to this. All of it, to tell you the truth. The mushrooms was my favorite. The mushroom dish.
And we'll be sampling those later?
Yes, oh yes. Yes, because he did make them up again tonight.
So, Debbie, you're a newcomer to the course, too?
Yes, I am. I'm enjoying every minute of it.
And you enjoyed the mushrooms?
They were excellent. They were excellent. You will enjoy them. You will want 3 or 4 of them. We only got 1 each.
Why?
Well, that's all we made, just for all of us. But
Well, I hope we
yes.
have extras for me.
Oh, of course, I hope so. I hope we all do. They were so good.
And is there any one goal you plan to achieve by taking these courses?
Any one goal.
What did you really want to learn to make the most?
Learn to make the most. Everything, not just one thing. It's just a variety of things that's so interesting. And just to watch Larry work, like I said, last week was our first time here, and he was just excellent and explaining, and if we don't have exactly, you can improvise.
And will I be invited over to your home for dinner?
Uh-oh, Carol. Of course.
This will be a joint venture. Debbie
Yes.
and I will
Joint venture, wow.
And we'll bring the primetime viewers into your homes.
Sure. Why not?
And Walter, you're from Chicopee. You're an avid viewer of primetime?
Yeah, yeah.
And
You, Chet Dragon.
And how long have you been?
Right from the gate, he's like Chet Dragon, who, by the way, hasn't been on the show in 33 episodes.
Taking this course.
This is my 5th week.
This is your fifth week.
Yeah.
So you're an expert. You're ready to graduate.
Well, I don't know about an expert, but that's up to Larry, whether I graduate
That's
or
up to Larry. Larry says I'm an
so,
expert.
Having a little more time invested, what was your favorite dish that you've prepared?
Oh, shrimp and zucchini. The zucchini
Bob
boats with
Armstrong.
shrimp. You'd like that one. That's shrimp and breadcrumbs and
Well,
little olive
you've
oil.
noticed my food escapades on television.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I made some at home, but I put wine in mine naturally.
Oh. we can improvise. We've learned that from Larry.
Right, yeah.
And
What are you doing with the knife?
And am I invited over to your house, Walter, since
Yes,
you live
yeah,
right in
yeah,
Chicopee?
yeah, I guess so.
Well, Larry, I see this massive array in front of us.
That is correct.
Everything that we've prepared in the last few hours, of course, the folks at home didn't even get a glimpse of all the fun you can have in a
That's
cooking
right.
class.
If they want to see what kind of fun, they're going to have to come in and sign up for a class and experience it firsthand. It's hard, even through the media of TV, to really get
absolutely.
them to understand how much fun we have and all the work we do.
Now, tell me, let's recap. Let's describe everything we have here.
Sure, no problem. We'll start off on my left, and we have a tray of fresh mozzarella, plum tomatoes. This is called mozzarella basilica. We have our spectacular watermelon peacock with fresh fruit. We have a minted raspberry sauce that we'll be serving with the fruit this evening.
Gross.
Here we have some Tuscany toast, an Italian-style toast. This will be accompanying the cheese dish. We have some very elegant cheese pastries we made. We have a lemon curd tart with fresh fruit. Okay. Below
And the
us-
fruit is suspended right on top.
That is correct. It's suspended and then glazed with a little clear apple jelly. We have a chocolate cherry roulade beneath us. Here we have our centerpiece. We have a roasted pork loin stuffed with apricot stuffing, and it's garnished with Caleb's mushrooms, and that's laid out on our
What a spread, man. This is a lot of shit.
mirror. We have a Cumberland sauce to accompany
Where's the mushrooms?
that.
And what do you call these mushrooms again?
Caleb's mushrooms. Those are named after my son.
Was he involved in the creation?
I created these at a little party we were having a number of years ago. Caleb was about 1.5 to 2.
By the way, look at the camera placement and the fucking plant hanging right in the main guy's face.
When most 1.5-year-olds, 2-year-olds, they're not interested in mushrooms. He absolutely adored these and used to ask for them all the time.
The name is appropriate.
The name is appropriate. Here we have a blanched vegetable tray with a basil vinaigrette that we've laid out here. And our one last dessert the viewers don't get to see, we're saving that as a special treat for you, George.
A private dessert.
A private
You can
dessert.
only dream of having this much
That
fun.
is right. The semifreddo that we made, they don't get to see the finished presentation on that. They're going to have to come and take a class if they really want to see what that's like.
And I'm sure they can just call you and...
They can call me up,
classes
exactly.
are ongoing.
Classes are ongoing. Give a call, and we'll get you signed up and get you in here and teach you how to do some of the things that we do here.
Well, I'm ready to dig in. Hey, you can do whatever you want. I'm eating. That's all the fun that there is left in this show. We'll be right back after a short pause.
Unless he didn't like the guy and wanted to just troll him, I guess. Block his whole face. This is great. Wow.
To compete, you've got to be strong. To win, you've got to be smart. Maybe you can be one of us, the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back to the program. My next guest is an audio genius. His innovations could save the hearing of millions. Yes, let's meet Jeffrey St. Lawrence. Well, Jeff, welcome to Prime Time.
Thank you very much, George. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I've been looking forward for a long time to do this segment. You are an audio expert.
Well, thank you very much.
And when did you
start? He looks like
to get into researching?
He looks like an assistant coach for the either the Washington Redskins or the Kansas City Chiefs.
Audio problems.
When I realized there was a problem being caused to the hearing, I decided to try to investigate the issue on my own and see whether or not anything could be done about it. So I worked for the Hanley Sound Company as their resident technical advisor. They're the company that did sound for Woodstock, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Diana Ross, and a list too long to mention. My private reason for being there was to study the equipment that was in use, to see if I could get any hints as to how to redesign it in order to make the sound safe to listen to.
Now that seems to be a problem when we go to concerts. It's not so much the loud levels, but the improper equipment and the improper management of the way they're running this equipment.
That's right. Until very recently, the deafness problem being caused in concerts was thought attributed to the decibel level alone. And it's my work that shows that it's more due to the contamination that results as using too small of a bass loudspeaker.
Too small of a bass loudspeaker.
Yes, that's right.
Because I notice a lot of companies are miniaturizing.
These are days when we love to miniaturize, isn't it true?
But there are certain things that can't be miniaturized.
There are certain things that, if they depend upon their size in order...
This guy's aggressively loud clock going off is fantastic, by the way. I think it's amazing. I bet George's blood pressure increased by the second as it kept going and going.
...to work, then you can't make them smaller and expect them to still work. My favorite one to show a person the comparison to is the pipe in a church organ. Most everybody knows that the tallest pipe in a church organ has the deepest tone. And of course that's always going to be the same. So you wouldn't then call a pipe organ builder, would you, and tell him, now these are the days of miniaturization, and I want you to build a pipe that's only half as tall but have a sound that's twice as tall come out of it.
So there are certain laws of physics that certainly cannot be ignored.
The particular region of physical science that this comes under in engineering is called the laws of resonance. That is, a larger thing has a deeper tone, like for instance, a snare drum and a kettle drum. Everybody knows the kettle drum has a deeper tone. It happens because of its size. Its size is the thing that
unintentional ASMR explaining anti-deafness
makes it deeper. And this is the same law that's followed by speakers also.
And you have here a 30-inch speaker.
To show a good demonstration of how making a larger speaker makes the tone better, and ultimately it makes the sound waves safe to listen to.
Now what causes this, as opposed a 15-inch speaker as opposed to a 30-inch speaker? Are you feeding the same amount of power into each speaker?
No.
You're not?
No.
Does the 30-inch speaker take more power?
No.
It takes less power?
It takes less power. And we're going to demonstrate that in a few minutes.
And it emits a cleaner sound.
It actually does, because it remains undistorted from overdriving. The thing is, when you have to turn the volume power up so high to make up for...
This guy seems like he'd be trying to explain the advantages of vinyl to you while you're just like hanging out at Target.
Speaker being too small, the sound wave becomes contaminated, and that makes an extra pressure against what's within the ear, which are sometimes called either the stereocilia or the auditory hairs. These are inside, a lot of people realize that we have an eardrum, so let's start there because that's easier. It's not the eardrum that's actually hearing the sound. The sound has to go past the eardrum and past three little bones on the inside, but the actual sensors of the sound itself are within the cochlea, which is a snail-shaped device with a tube that goes around and up and then down. Inside of this tube are like little hairs which are almost like little feeling fingers that only vibrate at a certain frequency, and they're all a different length, so they each have a different frequency at which they vibrate at. But if they get bent over for any reason, then they can no longer resonate at the frequency that they were supposed to, and this is permanent deafness.
If you get bent over at the wrong time, it could impact you permanently, is what he's saying.
This is the reason that high-impact sound level waves coming in concerts have become dangerous.
That's why your ears, you come out and your ears are ringing.
Your ears are ringing, and also it kind of feels like you have cotton around your head and can't hear things very well, and people have to talk louder before they can understand. You can understand what it is they're trying to say. This is called cumulative threshold shift of hearing. And most of it is happening as a result of this extra contamination wave that gets onto the sound from the people who have the sound company using too small of a bass loudspeaker. When we eliminate this extra noise...
You never know what's going to come up on prime time.
And the sound becomes safe and much more pleasant to listen to. And that's what this system here that I've built demonstrates.
Is that why a smaller speaker, you will see more cone excursion than on a larger speaker, even as a 10 opposed to a 15?
When we go to turn up the sound on a stereo in a home, we usually turn it up to the sound where it sounds comfortable, where we can hear some of the bass and the rest of the instruments performing. And it's when you turn it up and you're using a very large, low-frequency speaker, you don't have to turn it up and use as high of a volume level because the speaker is more efficient in that range, so it can give you more bass to begin with. Therefore, you don't have to crank it, so to speak, and overdrive it.
You don't have to crank it,
in order to get the sound wave contaminated, and then it becomes harmful to your hearing, yes.
So we can visibly see the difference between a 15 putting out the same sound pressure level as a 30?
Yes, we're going to look at a makeshift sound pressure level meter that I've set up with a microphone and a recording level meter, and it will tell us when we've got the same amount of volume in the room from one speaker to the other, and we're going to run tones through it, and you'll see that in order to get...
I feel like maybe George talked to this guy a long time ago and was like, you know, whatever, and kind of put him off, and then now that he's maybe a little more in content need, he went back to him. But I mean, I don't find it to be interesting, but I think it's an interesting thing to put on the show.
This is the same, or at least close to the same volume level as the 30-inch speaker, that the 15-inch speaker has to be working twice as hard, moving twice as far with twice as much power coming into it.
Now, how about these large concert systems that have several 15-inch speakers as bass drivers?
Probably the most common one is a cabinet that has 4 15-inch speakers in it. And of course they have to be wired in a series and parallel arrangement. And finally, you require about 1,000 watts just to run the one cabinet, so it becomes another demonstration of using too small of a speaker.
And with the 30-inch speakers, which clearly these large concert sound companies could easily move around because they're used to moving large pieces of equipment anyway, they could replace 4 15-inch speakers with one 30-inch speaker?
That's right, and they should too. And eventually this new speaker that I've designed that's twice as large approximately, I don't want to tell exactly what the size of it is because that's a very carefully calculated secret at this time. That particular speaker is the one that I have on the drawing board and would like to get the money in order to bring it out into the stereo stores so that the people who would like to preserve their hearing may be able to do that.
Have you had problems getting the speaker out into the public view?
It seems like the bureaucracy never ends. Not too long ago on cable...
Yeah, I can relate to that, South to West.
News Network, Dr. James Snow from the National Institute of Health was on, telling parents they should warn their children to get away from the source of loud music. Well, I wrote to Dr. Snow, and not only wouldn't he answer me, months went by. And finally, I received this letter here. He turned it over to Gail Blatt, the information specialist, to answer me. Because our mandate directs us to support biomedical and behavioral research and research training, your proposal will be more appropriately addressed to another agency. Information on other agencies and available of National Guide in Funding and Health. This publication can be found in large reference libraries. We hope this information will be helpful. And they sent along a booklet here that tells basically the same thing what I was just explaining to you. How it is that the systems hurt the hearing, but they don't say about doing anything about it. And that's what I'm talking
about. Well, that's the bureaucratic nature of the government.
Absolute
They'll point their fingers, but they won't solve the problems.
Precisely.
Wow.
We'll hear about Lexington and Quincy and Haverhill all getting plenty of money in order to have new products come along. And here's one that we desperately need, much more so than the $1 million the National Institute of Health gave Georgia Southern Central University to take care of a jar of dead ticks in formaldehyde. They gave them $1 million because the Smithsonian no longer had room for it.
Of course, we have the animal rights people. Those animals have rights, after all.
Well, they're
or so they think.
They maybe used to have rights when they were living.
Again, that's the problem with the government. They tend to give more money to animal rights than to human rights.
Yes, that's right. They thought more of the 10,000 dead ticks than they did of my anti-deafness speaker. And something is wrong there.
And if any of our viewers...
These sons of bitches told me that 10,000 ticks were more important than my anti-deafness speaker. There's something wrong in the world when it works that way.
Are interested in contacting you and finding out more information about safe sound systems. How can they get in touch with you?
They should write to me, Jeffrey St. Lawrence, at 10 Laurel Street in Northampton, Massachusetts, 01060.
Just write to my home.
-3634, or they can call at area code 413-584-9544.
Well, Jeff, this certainly has been interesting.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you for being on the big program. And I've learned a lot here. There's a lot more to sound than what most people think.
You're a great host.
And you're welcome back on the program anytime.
More than meets the ear.
Thank you. I hope you'll have me back.
Yes, Jeffrey St. Lawrence. And might I add that after we taped the segment, We actually went in and compared the 2 speaker systems, and the 15-inch speaker it was just pushing air around, making no sound at all other than a little fluttering sound. But that 30-inch speaker amazingly was emitting clear bass tones. Well, hopefully someday all sound systems will be like this.
We didn't get that footage captured, but trust us, it really did happen.
And speaking of good sound,
Oh, gee, I don't know, George. We might not have time.
but we might not have time. Well, can he play a quick version of it? Well, we'll give him a shot. Okay, here's Jimmy Sturr and the Jimmy Sturr Band and a quick Fiddlin' Fever.
Look at that turnout.
Frankie Urbanovich, Gene Bartkevich, Dennis Cronin, Skippy Bierstein, and Dennis Kenny Reed.
Shut down the TikTok.
We're done. We must leave the air now because we have important things to do. Good night, everyone.
Yes, this is what I need. I need somebody to cut the melon for me and then serve it. Camera's down to 3 people. Anti-deafness sound system, great name. For more information about cooking classes, call Larry Tolkien. All right, let's watch a couple quick things before I go. I remember earlier I said I wanted to watch Hito Rick, and I still do. I called a bunch of the numbers during the show. One of them led to a life alert thing.
Hey, what's going on? This is Terrence from BlackBeachWeek.com, and let me tell you, I got a very special guest this time. His name is Rick, and where are you from, Rick?
Arizona.
Arizona. He's been a member for of Hedonism 2 for how many years again?
Since 1988.
How many times you say you've been here?
40 times.
40 times. Why? I mean, why? What brings you to hedonism that many times?
The wild women, the wild women, the ripping and the tearing, the ripping and the tearing.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. So what have you done this whole entire week?
There's no other place in this universe like hedonism 2.
None. You hear that? 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 See, do your dance. Do your dance. Do your dance.
See ATF Media.
See, this is. Now, ladies, I mean, I can't comment, but.
Stop the track. Let me say back. Give me a minute and I'll be
I got nothing
Sorry.
to say. Terrence, BlackBeachWeek.com. Memorial Day weekend, hedonism truth, be there.
BlackBeachWeek.com. Wow. Nick Ricada. So, Formless Dragon makes music, and I think her boyfriend does something on TikTok or something. They have like a TikTok together. They made this Halloween. They made this Halloween special that I thought was really interesting. We just want to watch a few minutes of it, and then I want to play you a couple of her songs.
Ooh, that was our second song of the lineup, Skeletal Realm.
Hold on, let me get to a song.
Have some water. We're so grateful to have water again.
Thank you. We
Thank
couldn't
you.
have done this without water.
We could not have done this without water. Thank you to everyone who donated for food and water earlier.
We don't know how to change the octave on here.
Oh no, what happened? What a scene. Oh my gosh. What a Halloween special.
The guilt deep in the deepest depths I can, deep in the deepest depths I am, deep in the deepest depths I can.
But anyway, Formless Dragon is a musician, and she actually has one of maybe my favorite song ever on YouTube, and I'm not joking. I actually have asked her multiple times if I can buy the song. I think it's so awesome. I'll play it for you. It's a little strange, but I think it's such a vibe. And then like her boyfriend is kind of like hovering over her in the background. This is such a good song to be high to. Oh my god. What a vibe. What do you think about this aesthetic that she's shooting in? You ready? Here it comes. See, is this song for video song for sale? Watch him step up here. There he goes. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's listen to one more of her songs, and then we'll go. Then I gotta go. I actually like this one too. It's got a more earthy vibe. The Bathrobe. I'm not sure, to be honest. I talked to her very briefly, and I don't want to get involved in whatever they have going on outside of the music, but they have a lot of haters, and it's hard to talk. It's hard to communicate with the creators in chat because they're kind of money driven. But from what I can understand, all the stuff is written by her, and then she's collecting it into like some kind of a big play or like a musical tapestry of sorts or something. So she was not amenable to selling me the song. Okay, just humor me. We're here at the very end of the stream. When you're listening to this, just close your eyes and imagine Airsoft Fatty coming over the hill during a battle, just like running full speed in his like little juggernaut run with like the full Viking makeup and like two dual wielding axes, but in slow motion to this song. And then Fatty's just smashing barrels and axing people in the head while this like in slow motion while this like super chill song's going. Villages burning, women crying, crops destroyed, the earth salted, and Fatty's just on this epic, village pillaging run to this music. I do think it'd be amazing. The Bathrobe just gets me. We'd hit like a crescendo here where he was like surrounded by him and they all like piled on top of him, but then he like busted out and like all the bodies went in every direction. He lowers his shoulders and just runs through a building. Letty, the piss that launched 1,000 ships.
We come from a space of divine
I think it's great. I really like it, especially like with the like nature vibe and the bathrobe and everything. Like I said, I know there's a lot of other stuff around Formless Dragon and her boyfriend, but I don't get into any of that. I just listen to the music. I just honestly, I only go to Formless Dragon's channel and just listen to her music. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna try to think of something to do today that I could do quick for IRL, but I'm not 100% sure because the weather really sucks. But next week I know is going to be good, so maybe I can find something. If I can't find something today, I'll try to find something tomorrow. But we'll for sure do something really good next week because the weather's looking really consistent at least. All right, well, thanks for hanging out, watching an unbelievable amount of George Dorunda with me, and then exploring the wonderment of Formless Dragon and Hito Rick. I will be back tomorrow with Memphis Wrestling and maybe IRL, but I'm going to